Bonjour, mes amis, and welcome once again to Gourmet Cooking. Tonight we're going to do some interesting things. I think you'll enjoy them. We're going to do a breakfast or a brunch type of meal today. We're going to do crepes farcies forestières. Now that's crepes stuffed with ham, egg, and mushrooms, covered with Swiss cheese and run in the oven. It's a nice, interesting stuffed crepe dish. Along with that, we're going to have some tomatoes Provençal, tomate Provençal, or tomatoes provincial style with breadcrumb topping and baked in the oven also. Then we're going to have a very interesting salad. It's called parsley salad. Unusual, and I think you'll enjoy it. We have a little zucchini just to garnish our nice crepes, and that'll be our meal today. Now, for those of you that are interested and are following in the cookbook, the crepes are on page 39 in book 2, and the parsley salad is on page 48 in book 2, and the tomatoes Provençal is on page 224 in book 1. All right, we have to move rather quickly because there's a lot to do tonight. All right, we're going to get our tomatoes going first because they take about 20 minutes in the oven, and that's about the time we have. We take these nice, beautiful tomatoes, and we cut out the stem end, because that's not very pleasant to eat. And then we're going to cut these in half, and that's all there is to it. You have 2 halves. Now, we'll have a topping for this. Now, I think we can get one more half in there. So, well, we won't cut out that end because we're only going to use half. So we'll use the bottom half of this tomato. And I would like the plate here to be full so the tomatoes will hold their shape while cooking. We may have to force them in a little bit, but they'll shrink a little bit in the baking. So, all right, we have our tomatoes ready now, but they need to have a topping. And that's going to be made up of a number of very interesting ingredients, nice flavors. First thing we're going to do is take some garlic, and I've already peeled these, as you can see. We want to crush that garlic, and we do that by slapping our knife real hard against the board and the garlic, and then we chop it even finer. So we have now our garlic. We can add that to our bowl. We're going to add a cup of seasoned breadcrumbs, a little salt, a little Parmesan cheese, not much because we're going to add some of that on top. I want to save some there. And we then take some olive oil, about quarter to a third of a cup, and we mix all that together. Now, it takes a couple of seconds to get that olive oil into all those breadcrumbs with those nice, lovely seasonings. One other seasoning we forgot we're going to add now is some nice basil leaves. Ideally, it would be nice fresh leaves, but since I don't have any in my garden yet, it's a little early for that, we'll use some dried basil leaves. Remember, basil and tomatoes have an affinity for each other. And this mixture, we could use a little more olive oil. Now, these need to go to the oven, so we want to get those going first. All right, it's moist enough. You want it moist, but not wet. You want it so that the breadcrumbs will hold a shape. So taking our tomatoes now, let's put this over here where it's more convenient. We want now to put a good tablespoon of this mixture on top of each tomato. And we'll drizzle that with a little oil and sprinkle with a little Parmesan cheese. It's a classic French dish, tomate Provençal, in the style of the province of Provence, France. It's a great accompaniment to all kinds of dishes, fish, ham, chicken. It's excellent. Now, a little bit of oil we'll drizzle lightly over. And sprinkle with a little Parmesan cheese. Put that into a 350-degree oven for 20 minutes, and they should be nicely cooked, and the top should be somewhat browned. So we'll slide that into our oven and come back to that right about the end of the show. Now, we're also going to need, mostly as a garnish for our crepes, some nice zucchini. And look how beautiful. I've got the nice, small, tender zucchini. Now, I've already cut most of them, but let's cut this one last one and put those. Now, we're going to blanch these, and then we'll refresh them in cold water. Remember, that stops the cooking and keeps the color. Also keeps them tender crisp. And then we will reheat them in a little butter right at the end of the meal. So let's go to our boiling water and placing our zucchini into the water. We'll partially cover that, let that come to a boil and cook for about 5 to 7, 8 minutes, and then refresh those in cold water. Now, we're going to need to make some crepes very shortly, so we need to make a batter. And for that, we're going to need, now this batter for the crepes is an herb batter. It has some seasonings in it, and they're going to be, first of all, about 2 tablespoons of chopped parsley. Chop it real fine. These crepes will have a nice savory flavor of their own to accompany the nice fillings. And then we're going to add 1 cup of flour to our mixture, and then about a teaspoon, a half teaspoon rather, of some dill weed. And we'll blend that together so that the parsley is completely blended with the flour. And then we're going to need to add 2 eggs. Which we want to beat up. And to the egg, we want to add a teaspoon of oil, of cooking oil. Excuse me, that was a tablespoon. And a little Tabasco sauce. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice little bit of pick-me-up flavor. We add that to the flour mixture, and then we'll add a cup of milk and a 1/4 cup of water. Here it is right in front of me. And that will make our batter for our crepes. Now that needs to rest in the refrigerator for about 30 minutes before we can use it, so that these flavors blend together and the flour relaxes, the gluten relaxes, and gives us a nice batter to make our French pancakes. Now these are seasoned French pancakes. Now let's get the rest of this milk in, and we'll put this in the refrigerator and let this age a little bit, and we'll come back to that and make our crepes shortly. Now, because we don't have the half-hour time to wait, I already have some batter made up, and we'll use that to make some crepes. But let's put this in the refrigerator. So our batter is out of the way. Clean up the board a little bit. And let's make the filling for our crepes. And we'll come back to the crepes themselves in a few minutes. Now, I already have some ham all cut up in small dice. But we have 1 piece here we need to cut up to complete our quantity of ham. And what we have here is ham, mushrooms, an egg made into a nice filling, and we'll go inside our crepes. Now I have some butter melting. Let's see if we can't help that along by breaking it up so there's more surface. And we'll have that butter about ready in a second. So we have our ham, and then we're going to need some mushrooms, most of which I've already cut. We cut the stems in pieces and then cut the whole mushroom into quarters, or even smaller if they were very, very large. So we have our mushrooms and our ham, which need to go into the butter. That butter is not quite hot enough, but we'll start anyway, and that will come up to heat very quickly. Now, another ingredient we need is about 2 tablespoons of parsley again. So we'll chop this parsley we have here. And add that to our ham, which I hear sizzling now, meaning that that heat has come up considerably. So we add the parsley, tossing the ham, and then we add the mushrooms. Move some of these dishes out of the way. Let's toss the whole in the butter. And we'll let this cook for a minute or two until the mushrooms have cooked a little bit and the ham is tenderized, and then we'll come back to our eggs. Now, I think we've had our zucchini long enough in the water boiling. We need to take it now back to the sink and drain. And put cold water on the zucchini. And stop the cooking. Be sure they're well chilled so that the cooking stops and preserves that lovely color. All right, they're fairly cool now. We'll let those drain. Come back to our ham and mushroom. Could use a little more butter in there. We want these mushrooms to saute in that butter. And to the egg mixture, the ham and mushroom mixture, we want to add 2 eggs in a regular recipe, but I'm doubling this tonight so that we have plenty for everybody. Throwing the shells aside, we want to add to the egg a 1/4 cup of heavy cream. Stop a minute, toss these mushrooms and ham in the butter. And we add the cream. We needed to add a little salt and pepper to the whole dish, so we'll add that now. Pepper. And a little bit of salt, not too much, because the ham is fairly salty. Now, to this mixture, we want to add our egg and treat them like you were scrambling eggs until the eggs are set, but not cooked too hard. And we will have made our filling. You have to stay with it because the egg will cook on the bottom. And we're not making an omelet, we're making a scrambled egg, ham and mushroom mixture. Now, let's turn that fire off. Let's set that aside, and we'll come back to that when we're ready to stuff. We need to make some crepes real quickly. I've got some heat going here. So we'll start the heat going in our crepe pans, and we'll make a few crepes, and I have many of them made already. Let's clean up the board. And while we're waiting for those two pans to come up to heat, let's go to our salad. Now, I have here a bowl of parsley, but only the fine leaves of the parsley. And it takes a little while. This was 4 bunches of parsley here, and it took me about, 20 minutes, I think, to pick the 4 bunches. But you want only the leaves, not any part of the stem at all. So you need to carefully pull the leaves off. All right, I think we have enough. We don't need to do that for the next half hour. That doesn't make for a very good show. Now, we're going to need a dressing for that parsley, and that's going to be some vinegar, and I have about 1/4 cup of vinegar. We want some more garlic here for this dish, and you have a fair amount. 2 large cloves or 4 medium or small, more or less according to your own taste. Here again, we need to crush the garlic and chopping it even finer. We add that to our dressing. We're going to need olive oil, salt and pepper is what I'm looking for, some salt, and some pepper. Now we're going to have to stop this a second, come back to it, because I can see this pan is very hot. And now we're going to make a few crepes. And what we want to do, we put a little butter, grease the pan, and pour it out. Now remember, I'm using classic crepe pans. It's the ideal way to go. And I have some batter that we made earlier and rested for half hour to 40 minutes in the refrigerator. And I pour just enough to make a thin coat. And by twirling the pan, I can coat most of it. Now where I don't, I simply fill in with a little bit, and we'll cook that one. Is that hot yet? Not going to take any chances. Again, a little butter. Pour out the excess butter so that it's just lined. Pour a little bit of the batter. Don't overpour. You can always add, but you can't take out. And twirl your pan until the bottom of the pan is covered, and put that on to heat. Now that'll take 1 minute on that side and about a half minute on the other. Let's go back to our dressing here. And add, make sure I have all the ingredients, yes. We add about 1/2 cup, 3/4 cup of oil. And we have what is really a basic vinaigrette. Now, taking our salad, we take now a 1/2 cup of Parmesan cheese, sprinkle it over, and toss that in the the parsley. Actually, we need a different bowl for this, one where we can work. Well, it almost filled that bowl, but it's a little deeper. But we can now mix the parsley with the Parmesan cheese. Now let's stop a minute and go back to our crepes, which are, this is cooking very fast because I have the fire too high. We turn the crepe over Or if you want to impress your friends, if they're in the kitchen with you, you're making sure it's loose. We flip the crepe and put it. It's the easiest way once you get used to it. All right. So we have some crepes. Let's put our salad together, tossing the vinaigrette. We then put that into a serving dish and place that on the table. Let's place our salad on the table, and we'll come back now, and we're just going to have time to finish everything. We then remove the crepe from each pan. The pans get a little hot. Well, that smoking, you see, is excess grease on the outside of the skillet. That's not burning of the crepe. Let's put our little skillet here with some butter onto the fire and put our zucchini. So we'll have that ready. And we need quickly now to stuff some crepes. And so we take the egg mixture and we put some down the center of a crepe. We roll it and put it onto our platter. Let's see how many of these I can get done in the time we have left. These nice crepes. Now these can be made ahead. You're going to heat them in the oven. You can also make them and freeze them. Thaw them out and use them for the dish. They also can be stuffed with any number of things like chicken, seafood, combinations. Now, I'm rushing, so obviously I'm making a little bit of a mess here on the table, but we need to get enough of them made to fill our platter. And a couple more. We could use quite a few more, but we won't have time to do them all. Stop a minute, toss the zucchini in the butter. They're already cooked, they just needed to be heated again. Let's put one more, and then we'll be able to run these in the oven for a minute. Now, you notice I used an oven-proof container for my serving dish so that I could run them in the oven. We need now just to sprinkle a little Swiss cheese over them and run them in the oven, preferably under the broiler. And then we'll finish the dish when we take it out of the oven this time. Let's put this into the oven. Turn this on broil, cracking the oven slightly, although it doesn't need to. Clean up our board just a little bit. Go to the oven and remove our tomatoes, which, as you can see, have turned nicely brown on top and are ready to be served. So we'll put those on our table. Now that plate's hot, so it'd be wise if you have a good table underneath to have a hot pad or something to protect them. Our zucchini's ready now for our crepes. We have our salad on the table, and unfortunately we're not going to have quite enough time to leave those crepes in the oven to brown the cheese. But hopefully it melted a little bit. Well, not much, but a little bit. But had we had a little more time, we would have left the cheese would melt and turn brown. And we'll add now our zucchini down the side, both as a taste complement to our egg, to our crepe dish, as well as a color contrast. All right. So now we can take this to our table. We have our nice crepes stuffed. That platter is still hot, so I better take a hot pad. We'll place our crepes on the table, along with our parsley salad and our tomate provençal, lovely zucchini to complement the ham and eggs in the crepe. So it's breakfast in a crepe, along with tomatoes and a parsley salad, unique and different and refreshing taste. Since we're having a rosé for our brunch today, we'll pour a little rosé wine, a little French bread to accompany these lovely dishes. Fun, delicious. I hope you'll try it and enjoy it. A bientôt.
La douceur du temps nous fait des avances. Partez, mes enfants.
If you would like a copy of Earl's cookbook, send $12.95 plus $1 for postage and handling to Gourmet Cooking, P.O. Box 1026, Pensacola, Florida, 32595.
Bonjour, mes amis, and welcome again to Gourmet Cooking. We're going to prepare two interesting dishes and have a little salad to go with those. We're going to do a daube de porc au poivron, or pork stewed or braised in a delightful liquid and with green peppers. Along with that, we're going to have a green soup, or a soup verte, a soup made from 4 or 5 beautiful green vegetables. Then we're going to round that out with a little orange salad with an interesting little dressing on it. So let's move on because there's a lot to do. Oh yes, for those of you that are interested, the daube de porc is on page 103 and the green soup is on page 69 in volume 2. All right, let's move on quickly. We're going to start first with the soup and get it going. It's going to take a few minutes. Now I need to put some butter in a pot and turn the heat up. Along with that, no, just the butter on that one. So we'll let the butter melt while we prepare 1 or 2 vegetables. We're going to need onions, and I already have some of these prepared. So we're going to chop a couple more. Ideally, this would be leeks, but I wasn't able to find leeks in the market today, so these nice green onions will substitute just as well. So we have, 2 bunches really. It's about 2 cups of green onions. And then we're going to take about 10 nice lettuce leaves, and these are soft lettuce leaves. And we're going to cut those in julienne strips. And that's going to start our soup. Now, we have this lettuce all cut up. Our butter needs to melt. It's not quite melted yet, but we'll get it going, breaking it up so that it'll melt faster. And when that heat comes up, it'll be just right. But in the meantime, we'll go ahead and start. We'll add our onions, mixing those in the butter. And we're going to add this lettuce, these 10 or so nice leaves of a soft leaf lettuce. Let's blend those together with the butter. And in a few moments, when that heat comes up, we'll saute the two vegetables and then proceed with the recipe. We'll come back to that in a moment. Let's put this dish aside, clean up our board a little bit. And go to the pork dish. It too is going to need a little butter. I have 4 tablespoons there, turning the heat up. We'll add about 2 tablespoons or so of oil so that butter will not burn. We'll break the butter up so that it will melt faster too. Now, for this dish, we're going to start with some onions again, but this is the white variety. And we're going to need to cut those. I've already prepared most, as you can see, but we have half an onion, and we want to slice this in little semicircles. Cut them as thin as you can, and then break them up so we have the individual pieces of the onion. So we have the onions ready now. We go to the pork. We have here some nice pork fillets. This was a larger piece of the pork loin that I cut into smaller pieces. And you can see I already have quite a bit cut. I have about 2.5 pounds of nice pieces of pork with really no fat at all on them. It's all been removed. We want to cut these into about approximately 1-inch cubes. And we'll start the pork dish going. So we have this pork and the pork that I've already prepared. Let's get the butter here is just about melted. Mixing with the oil. We'll let that come up a little higher. Go back to check our lettuce now and our onions, and they are braising just nicely in the butter. Now, these should cook about 10 minutes. I'm probably going to cut it short tonight because we just don't have enough time to do all this, but at least it'll show you. Now, I've already prepared this soup up to a point, and we'll use that to go on with the soup. Our butter here is beginning to sizzle a little bit, so we can add our onions and toss those around, breaking them up. We want those to saute a minute or so. And again, stirring our lettuce and onions. You can see that the lettuce is wilted, and it'll throw up a little bit of liquid along with the onions. Now, to that, we're going to add also now, this should go about 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and we don't have the time for that, so we're going to proceed. We're going to add 5 cups of chicken stock. Blend that around. We bring that back to a boil. And then we'll simmer that for about 10 minutes until it is ready, and then we'll proceed with the next instructions on that one. Going back to our pork, our onions are beginning to saute. I think this is the point at which we can now add our pork. No seasoning, just the pork. We want to brown that slightly. So we'll put the pork in. Again, about 2.5 pounds. Nice pieces of pork, all defatted. Let's toss this much with the onions. Put the rest of the pork in, and we'll toss that again. And this needs to cook for about 5-6 minutes till the pork begins to just slightly brown a little bit. And the onions will be nice and wilted. And we have the beginning of our meal. We'll come back to that shortly. Cleaning up our board again. All right, let's go back to the soup. Now, the soup would take another 20 minutes for this to cook. And we don't have that much time, so I'll take that one off and put this onto the stove. And this is the one I cooked earlier, and it's been cooking for about 20 minutes. And you can see everything is nicely blended together there. Let's take this off now for the moment. Stop a moment, though, and toss this pork so that it will all brown nicely. Now, what we want to do here is to strain our soup to take out the solid parts. So we put that into a strainer. Drain that fairly well. And then we want to puree these nice, fragrant, aromatic vegetables. So we then go quickly to a food processor, or if you have a food mill, that works extremely well. And let's puree our aromatic vegetables. Let's open this, give it 1 or 2 more turns. And now we add this and the broth back to the pot. Adding this nice broth, this chicken broth, with all the onion and lettuce flavor. We now have the basis of our soup. We come back, put that on to heat again, and we'll add some other ingredients in just a second. Stopping again for our pork. We want that to brown a little bit or cook just enough so that this is going to take an hour cooking time, so it's going to take a little while. Now, to our soup, I want to add about a cup of green peas and 1 cup, about a cup of snap beans. So I saved a few. Most of these, we simply take off the tip ends and we snap these. You might hear these snapping. That's why they're called snap beans, or green beans is the other name. In French, haricots verts. All right, we snap the few remaining beans we have in very small pieces, and we add that now to our soup. We're going to take 3 tablespoons of cream and 1 tablespoon of flour. Blend those together so that the flour is well mixed. We'll add that to our soup. And to that, we're going to add a little chopped parsley, which I've already chopped, about 2 tablespoons of chopped parsley. Now we blend that together, and we let that cook for about 20 minutes, and that will smooth out, and our vegetables will be cooked, and we'll have our soup. Coming back now to our pork. This could brown a little longer, but time's not going to permit. We now add a tablespoon of flour. Put that around into the fat so that you make a very, very light roux with that flour and the fat. It gives it a slight thickening, but not too much. Then we're going to add some nice flavorings. We're going to add about 2 tablespoons of soy sauce, a half cup of orange juice, and 1 cup of chicken stock. We blend that together. Now, the soy sauce added salt, so this dish doesn't really require salt. The soy sauce is salty enough. And we're going to use some cayenne pepper, not cayenne pepper, but Tabasco. Tabasco sauce. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice squirts of Tabasco to give us our little pepper flavor. This dish is then covered and allowed to simmer for 1 hour. Let's move this out of the way. And then let's swap this dish for the one that I've had cooking for an hour. And you can see it's developed a nice sauce, and the pork is nice and tender. Let's take the other ingredient we need for this is our bell pepper. Now, bell pepper is a delightful flavoring, but it shouldn't be cooked too long. It can develop a bitter taste. That's why this is added at the last 10 minutes of the cooking process. So we cut that into julienne strips. We had 2 bell peppers. We'll blend that in with our pork and this beautiful sauce, and let those peppers cook a little bit. Be sure they're all covered and in the sauce so they'll cook nicely. And then the final ingredient for this, and this dish needs to cook for about 10 minutes now after we put all these things in. We have some noodles, some very fine noodles that I boiled up earlier, and I've tried to keep them loose by putting a little oil. There they are, they're loose now. And we add this. We wanted 4 ounces of the noodles dry, cooked like this. We add that to our adobe and work that in and around and among the vegetables and the meat and the sauce. And this needs now to continue cooking for 10 minutes to cook those peppers. The fragrance is fantastic. Clean up the board one more time. Now, we can go to a salad that we're going to have. And that's going to be some orange. And we need to take a nice orange, and we want to peel it so that there is no pith left, none of the white part of the skin on the orange itself. A sharp knife makes it very easy. A little piece of pith there. This little piece here we can cut off. Now, we want to slice this. Run into the seeds. It's a little difficult to go through even with a sharp knife. We're going to remove those seeds off these slices, though. We'll add that to the orange that I've already peeled, checking for seeds. We pop those out so we won't have that unpleasantness in the dish when it's served. Let's try one more orange so we'll have enough. Very easy. Simply start at the stem end, and using your sharp knife, you do a sawing effect with the knife. You roll it around 3 or 4 strokes at a time, and then turn the orange until you come to the end. Then you simply grab the whole bottom and cut it off. This little piece here where the stem end was can come off, and we can cut through. My large knife is a little better for this. Again, removing the seeds. Let's stop a minute though and stir. Our soup is too high here. I had to turn the hot fire down, but we put it on simmer. Toss our peppers and noodles in the sauce with the pork. Coming back to our salad. We will then take the seeds out of these pieces. Now, a little juicy on this board. Let's pick up the juice and these seeds. Put those in our trash. And since we have a moment or two, let's look at this orange peel that we peeled. We came off in one piece, so we can make a little garnish for this dish with this peeling. Now this is, remember how this was. This was the orange itself, remember? And as we cut, it came off in pieces. Well, we take where we started, at the stem end, we take that little piece, and we roll it around, and then continue to roll the rest of the orange. Now, we've done this many times with lemons. We've done it with tomato skins. Simply roll this around. When you come to the end, you've got the other piece of the orange. It'll sit flat on the bottom. You turn it over, and you've made a nice orange rose. So we'll use that rose as a garnish for our salad. Taking a nice serving plate, let's take the orange slices and place them around in a nice decorative pattern, circles rather. Overlapping is one nice way to do this. Makes the dish look very attractive and very appealing. And since we eat with our eyes first, it's always nice to make the dish look appealing and desirable, as well as the fragrance and the flavor. But we first eat with our eyes, we see what we're going to eat, and we pretty much make up our mind whether we're going to like this or not. And presented well, it really enhances the whole. Now, I've got a few pieces left. After we've covered that bottom, we simply find little spots where we can work them in so that we can keep the decorative pattern going. We don't want to waste any of this. And then we're going to have to make a little dressing for this orange salad. Now, this orange fruit salad is an excellent accompaniment to pork or any other heavy dish. We might as well add this very flavorful orange juice. We don't want to waste that. Now, the other ingredient we need for this is some nice mint leaves. It is so fragrant. We take the leaves off. We need a fair amount. So let's pull the leaves off. We'll chop those. Try not to get any stems because even when you chop them, they're still tough. So let's take the mint. It's a good combination with orange. And again, the orange and mint will be a great complement to that pork. Pork, especially pork, has an affinity for fruits, especially the citrus fruits. So let's chop our mint. As you do, it releases its special fragrance, and it is really something. Besides flavor and fragrance, the color here is really going to be nice with our orange-colored fruit, offering us a contrast, both of flavor and color. All right. Now, for our dressing for this, we're going to need some lemon juice, and I have some here. We need about 6 tablespoons of lemon juice, and I've got mostly that amount right here already. But let's squeeze another lemon. We'll strain that, not only for the seeds, but for some of the pulp. Add that to what I already have. And then, an interesting ingredient for this dish is cayenne pepper. We need about 1/8 of a tablespoon of cayenne pepper with the lemon juice. We then pour this over our orange, the hot pepper, along with the acid of the lemon juice and the sweetness of the orange and the fragrance of our mint. Really makes a unique dish. Let's place this on our serving table. Go back now and finish our vegetables. We forgot to put our garnish on that, but we'll do that when we go to the table next time. Let's take our soup first. That should be ready now. We can then simply pour that lovely green vegetables, the fragrant broth, the chicken stock with a little cream, green beans. Really, really nice. We'll put our green vegetable soup on the table and then serve our final dish of pork. Turning all our fires off, we can then place our pork, green peppers, our noodles into a serving dish. Move it around so that the meat is distributed evenly. And while we're here, let's take a little bit of parsley as the final garnish on this dish. This should be called our green dinner. We have the green vegetable soup with all the vegetables that are green. We have the green bell pepper in our dish here. And we color kind of green mint on the other. So this is our green dish dinner tonight. We'll take our pork to the table, place it on, and while we're here, we brought with us our rose. We'll place our orange rose right in the center of our orange salad. It just makes the whole thing nice and attractive and very pretty. So, we have now, again, our pork, or our ragu of pork with green pepper and noodles, a beautiful sauce with a little touch of orange. Our orange salad to complement the pork, our green vegetable soup, which is very flavorful and fragrant, some French bread to go with that beautiful pork, some white wine. We'll add another dimension to this meal. This is delicious. It smells fantastic. I will enjoy this, I know, and I hope you will too, and I hope you'll join me. A bientôt.
If you would like a copy of Earl's cookbook, send $12.95 plus $1 for postage and handling to Gourmet Cooking, P.O. Box 1026, Pensacola, Florida, 32595. The preceding program was made possible by grants from Pensacola Junior College, the Florida Department of Education, and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
Bob Vila brings you more of This Old House when we continue next at...
Bonjour, mes amis, and welcome to Gourmet Cooking. Tonight we're going to do some interesting dishes. We're going to do a little oyster dish. It's called oysters in a caper sauce. And I think you'll enjoy that because it's put into a ramekin and baked in the oven. It's real interesting. I think you'll enjoy that. Along with that, we're going to have a salad called salad russe, or Russian salad. That's a mixture of vegetables, potatoes, green beans, carrots, green peas, mushrooms, all bound together with a light mayonnaise and molded. It's very interesting and garnished with some interesting garnishes. Along with that, too, we're going to have a nice dessert. We have some peaches. We're using canned tonight. If they were fresh peaches, it would be even better. But we're going to make a filling for those peaches, and that's going to be some grapes, orange segments, and some whipped cream. It's interesting. Easy dessert, but very, very interesting. Now, for those of you that are interested, the oyster dish is on page 92, and the dessert, the peaches, is on page 172 in volume 2. The Russian salad is on page 56 in volume 1. So let's proceed with our dish tonight. We can start with the oysters because they have to be prepared and they need a little time in the oven. Now, we have some oysters. They're not large, but they are really nice, plump oysters. And we've drained most of the juice off of those. And I already have that in the pot here, boiling to, not boiling, but just getting it so that we can have it hot, because we need to poach these oysters. Now, poaching, of course, is cooking something in a liquid without boiling it. Now, this liquid is hot, so we can add our oysters and the other liquid that have come off of that. We want to bring that just to a simmer so that those oysters will cook in their own juice and just curl a little bit. So put the heat a little high so we can get that going. Now, for this dish, we're going to need also a little bit of celery. And I've already cut most of the celery, but let's take this one stalk of celery I have left. I want this in small dice. So by cutting the celery into several thin slices, leaving it attached at one end, makes it easy to handle. We can then cut our celery, and it'll be nicely diced and ready to go. So we can add this celery to the celery I have here. I have about 1.25 cups, 1.5 cups of celery, a little piece of celery leaf we don't need. We'll come back to that in a moment. Now, our oysters are just beginning to bubble over here a little bit. We don't want to boil them, so I want to stir them around and lower that temperature a little bit. And we have the oysters plumping up in their own liquid. Now, we're also going to need to measure that liquid and put it into a container because we need 1 3/4 cups of that liquid. So we have that going. Now, after we've done that, we're going to need to make a roux, and we're going to need about 4 tablespoons of butter and some flour. And then we'll add our liquid to that roux, which will begin to make a sauce. So our oysters now have poached just about right. It doesn't take long. You can see them plumping up. So let's take those out and drain those as we go. And we'll put the oysters back into our dish a little later on. So taking the oysters out, trying to leave as much of the liquid behind as possible. We'll measure that liquid and hopefully have 1 3/4 cups. Some of that liquid is coming up with the oysters, but we'll drain some of it back into the pot and then measure it. So we have our oysters now all out. Let's get some of this liquid that's still with the oysters, pour it back into the pot. And we'll come back to the oysters in a moment or two. So, taking our liquid now, let's pour it into a measure, and we have 1 cup, cup and a half, and just about 1 3/4 cup. So into that same skillet now, we put our butter and get it melted, and we'll start our roux. And a roux, as you know from watching the show, is the cooking of fat, of flour rather, in a fat. And that conditions that flour to act as a thickening agent and to absorb the liquid. And the cooking takes away a pasty taste that the flour would give if it weren't cooked a little bit in the fat. So, let's stop a minute. We really need to do this first, though. We really need to saute the celery in the butter, and then we'll add the flour and make our roux. Takes just a minute or two. So we'll put our flour and then come along with our liquid rather, the oyster liquid. That'll make a nice sauce. And then we're going to give that sauce some flavor in a moment. Okay, while that celery is cooking, we can add, I have 3½ tablespoons of flour, which would be just about right to thicken that 1 3/4 cup, 1 3/4 cups of the oyster liquid. So stirring that around, the celery, beautiful color. That flour is cooking in the fat, making the roux, as we've discussed before. And to that now we want to add our hot liquid, and that should combine with the flour and the butter and make the beginnings of a sauce. We'll let that cook a minute or two to thicken. I'm going to turn that on low heat. And let that sauce thicken. Remember now, sauce should get fairly thick, because when you put the oysters back in, they're going to throw off a little more water, and we don't want it too liquid. We just want it to be have a nice coating sauce to put onto these, to put the oysters in. It's getting nice and thick now, and that's what we want. Now, while we're letting that thicken up a little bit on very low heat. Let's go to the dessert and start some of the preparation for the dessert. We're going to need some grapes. Green grapes would be nice, but I saw these nice dark black grapes and thought they would be not only colorful, but the flavor would be great. However, these have seeds, and they're large. They're too large for what we want. So we need to cut the grape in half, take the seed out, and cut it into quarters. So let's do a few of those. And we'll have one of the elements for our dessert. Beautiful black grapes. Let's stop a moment and turn this sauce. We don't want it to burn, to stick. Sauce is nice and thick and getting thicker. So we'll clean a few grapes and then go to back to our oysters and get those ready for the shells. All right, I think that's enough. This one here, taking the seed out. It's easy to do when you quarter them especially. And we'll take the unused portion of the grapes and put that aside. We have now about 3/4 cup of grapes. Back to our sauce, as you can see, is nice and thick. We won't take that off the heat at the moment. We'll add our oysters, and there's a little liquid there that's still coming off the oysters. We want to put a little salt and pepper. And my pepper has disappeared. Here we go. We have some pepper. Nice black pepper. Give it a nice, good taste. And stirring our oysters around in the sauce, we want to add about 1/3 cup of capers, a delightful pickled flower bud of the caper plant. And that's going to give this sauce its distinct flavor. So we have our oysters in caper sauce. And then we need one other ingredient, and that's going to be an enrichment, which will be 3 tablespoons of cream. That's going to make a nice cream sauce for our oysters. They look beautiful. They smell fantastic. Now, so we did all that off heat. Let's turn the fire off. We don't need it anymore. And go back to our counter here and bring forward our container for the oysters. Now, we're using scallop shells. You could use oyster shells if you wanted, or ramekins, but these make a nice presentation, and they're so easy. So what we need to do now is to place our oyster mixture in each of these shells. We'll garnish those with some breadcrumb and put them in a very hot oven for 10 minutes. That will further cook the oysters, and we'll brown the top. It's not exactly level there. So filling the oyster shell a reasonable amount. We can then sprinkle this with breadcrumb. Now, I'm using seasoned breadcrumbs because that's my preference. You could use the unseasoned. But the seasoned gives it a nice, interesting additional dimension to the flavor. You have in here herbs and spices, lots of parsley, a little garlic, and there's a little bit of Italian or Parmesan cheese. That gives it a nice flavor, and that helps the breadcrumbs to brown. So placing this in a 450-degree oven, we'll come back and retrieve our oysters when we're ready to serve. Our oven's been preheated, so we'll place this in, and they should be ready in 10 minutes. So we need now to go to our dessert and our salad. For our dessert, we're going to need a cup of whipped cream, and we have the cream, and I'm going to start that whipping, hoping to talk over the noise. And for the dessert, we also need an orange, or some orange segments. So we want to peel an orange and segment it. As you can see, it goes very quickly if you have a sharp knife. Take all the pith off, and then go in between the membranes and take out the nice, flavorful, and juicy flesh of the orange. It's easy, it's rapid. Again, sharp knife is the secret to doing this easily and quickly. Got 1 or 2 seeds I need to retrieve. All right. Taking 1, 2, and 3 seeds. We now have our orange mixture. Or not mixture, but the orange segments. Our cream is not quite whipped, but we're going to add a little bit of sugar, and that's 2 tablespoons of sugar into our whipped cream. It's a little noisy, but we have to get it whipped, and we'll do it that way. Now, we're also going to have a salad, and that's going to require several ingredients. We're going to have some boiled potatoes. Now, I cut these into small dice and boiled them just before the show, and they're cold now. This is a nice cold salad. And then we took some green beans, cut those, and blanched those. Now, blanching is putting into boiling salted water for 3 to 5 minutes, and then we refresh them in cold water. Let's start and go back to our whipped cream. Make sure it's turning. Our cream is whipped enough. We don't want it real. It could whip a little more. Let's make sure our cream will hold the shape a little bit. That's better, and it's not so noisy now. And then our other ingredients for the salad will be some carrots, the same thing. We cut those in dice. We blanch those for about 5 to 7 minutes, a little harder vegetable. And we refresh that in cold water. And we have some green peas. These were frozen green peas. And we did the same thing, but very short time. And we have some nice mushrooms, which we've cut into small pieces, quarters and eighths, depending on the size of the mushroom. So we need those now. And I need to come down here and get a bowl. And we'll start making our salad. We're going to use a couple of teaspoons of this nice Dijon mustard and about a ½ cup of mayonnaise. To that, we want to add just a tablespoon of olive oil and about a teaspoon of vinegar. Just a little flavoring. We don't want too much of the liquid to make it too thin. We blend that together. Be easier with a larger spoon, especially when we start mixing the vegetables. So into this, we want to add our vegetables, which first are the green beans. We'll toss those. We'll add the green peas. Add the carrots. Colorful. And I tell you, it is delicious. The flavor combinations really go well together. We're going to add to that also our mushrooms. I have one left here. Let's cut it. Now, this is a rather large one, so cutting it in half, I'm simply going to cut it into small pieces, in this case, 8. We want everything to be about the same size, so we cut it to fit. So stirring this around, coating all these nice vegetables. We have only one more vegetable to add, and that's our potatoes. And we mix this well with a little bit of salt and pepper. Now, each of these vegetables was salted when it was blanched, so we don't need to add a lot of salt. We can add a good deal of pepper. It's a good flavoring. It'll bring out the other flavors and give it a little kick. That and the Dijon mustard will give this a nice, nice flavor. So mixing the vegetables. We then want to take a mold. In this case, we're going to use this nice aluminum mold, and I want to oil it a little bit. So I took a little olive oil. This will help it unmold if I oil it well. And we place our salad makings, our mixture rather, into this mold. See if we can fill this and get this in the refrigerator for a moment or two, and then we'll finish the dessert and come back to our nice salad. It's going to need a couple of garnishes, so almost too much, but not quite. It almost exactly fills this mold. Let's see if we can put it all on top. Well, it took all of the vegetable just perfectly, even the few pieces that I have on the board. Putting that aside, we want to take another dish and press the vegetable into the mold so that it will fill all the spaces. This little extra that we drop, we can put on top, because we're going to unmold this in a little bit. And just until ideally this would rest in the refrigerator for an hour or so. So we'll put it in there just for a minute or so. And we'll come back to that and finish. So now we need to go to our dessert. We're going to need our whipped cream. And we need a larger bowl. In that bowl, we're going to put our nice pieces of grape. We're going to take some of this nice orange segments, cutting some of them that are large. We'll toss that. Well, we can add a couple pieces more. We'll toss that with our whipped cream, place that on the board, in the sink rather, and blending that together, we will add our whipped cream, which is whipped not too terribly hard. It could be more firm if you prefer, but we just mix it lightly. And we have these two very flavorful fruits bathed in whipped cream. Now, we already have our peaches that we're using canned. However, Fresh peaches would be even nicer. However, they're not yet in season as we do this show, and nothing wrong with the peaches. I mean, the canned ones, they are delicious, and they'll make a very nice dessert. One that everybody will enjoy because of the wonderful flavors. All right, we need now to put this on our serving table as soon as I finish all of the peaches and orange and grape with whipped cream. And we'll come back to our salad and finish that. So we have a very simple, fast dessert. This could be chilled for a little bit and would really be nice. We'll put that on the table. Going back now to the refrigerator, let's go get our salad. And see if this will unmold, and hopefully it will stay together. So we have our nice salad. It's holding together fairly well. The mayonnaise is a little bit thin, and it's not holding as well as it should. But even in this manner, so since it didn't hold, we'll simply put a mound, and we'll garnish our salad with a few ingredients quickly. We need hard-boiled egg, so cutting our egg, we can place some slices around. Every now and then, you go to mold something, and it doesn't mold too well. But it is even beautiful when it's not in the mold form, because there are so many beautiful vegetables and very flavorful vegetables. All right, I've got a tomato here. I need to cut and place a piece of tomato around. We'll then put this on our table and get our oysters, and we will have prepared our meal for tonight. So we have our very colorful salad. We'll come now to the oven, placing our liner on the center. Let's go to the oven now and take our, going to need 2 towels or 2 hot pads, because this is very hot. And as you can see, our oysters have browned just beautifully. We can then take this over to our table. Let's close our oven because it's hot, and we want to keep the kitchen cool. So going to our table, we'll put our oysters in caper sauce on the table with our Russian salad and our peaches with whipped cream, orange, and black grapes. Some French bread to accompany both the salad and the oysters, a little white wine to round out the meal. Fun, smells delicious. I think you'll enjoy it. I hope you'll try it. A bientôt.
you would like a copy of Earl's cookbook, send $12.95 plus $1 for postage and handling to Gourmet Cooking, P.O. Box 1026, Pensacola, Florida, 32595. The preceding program was made possible by grants from Pensacola
Company, millers of White Lily, the light baking flour used by Southern cooks for over a century.
The Department of Education and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
Bonjour, mes amis, and welcome to Gourmet Cooking. We're going to do a couple of interesting dishes I think you'll enjoy. We're going to do hamburgers with creamed onion. It's a French dish, really, a little French style, French seasonings. I think you'll enjoy that. And for those of you that are interested, that's on page 102 in volume 2. We're going to accompany that with a nice green salad. It's called salade à la maison. It has a nice dressing of lemon juice and olive oil. And that's on page 49 in volume 1. We'll round it out with a pomme de terre de nonette, or convent-style potatoes. Nice little potatoes rolled in egg and cheese and breadcrumb and baked in the oven. It's just delightful. We'll get to that in a moment, though. So for those of you that are interested, that's on page 147 in volume 2. All right, let's proceed with our food for tonight, and that's going to start with the onions, because they take about 20 minutes to cook. So I want to take this pot over here with the butter. I want to start the butter melting. I have a little butter and oil melting in this pot. That is, we're going to have it melting. We're turning the heat up right now while we prepare the onions. I have 2 tablespoons of butter, maybe 2.5, and about 2 tablespoons of peanut oil. We want that to melt because we're going to saute our onions in that. Now, I have most of the onions prepared, and we need quite a bit of onions. This is about 2.5 pounds of onions. Now, I've already peeled this one, and I've cut the others. And we want these to be cut into rings. So, cutting not too thin and not too thick, but just nice rounds. We'll get some onion rings and get past that little piece with the root. We'll throw that away. Taking the other onions we have, we'll then take and separate these into rings. So we have now our large pot of onions, and they're going to cook for 20 minutes in that butter and oil with a little bit of beef stock. And they will be nice and smothered and creamy, have a delightful taste to go along with the well-seasoned hamburgers that we're going to do. All right, we have our onions all prepared. If I can keep them all in this bowl, we'll move over to the pot with the butter and oil. Bring a little bit of beef stock with us. Put that down. This is coming up to heat. I should have started that a little earlier, I guess, but it'll get there. We can already start, though. We'll put our onion rings in this pot. Now, that's a lot of onion rings, but you'll find that they're going to cook down and not consume as much volume as is here. So we'll start that, let that come up to heat, turn that a little higher. And then we're going to add about 6 to 8 tablespoons of beef stock. So we've added the beef stock. That'll blend with the butter and the oil. And as soon as that comes up to high heat, we'll cover that and let that cook for 20 minutes. We'll check it from time to time and stir it so that the onions won't stick on the bottom and they'll all cook evenly. So with that now, we're going to have a nice potato dish today. And we're going to have to prepare those. So first of all, we're going to bake those in the oven. And we need a little butter melted for this bowl. While that's going on, we'll peel the last potato or two that we have here. Now, I've already started those, and we're going to use at the end of the show, and they're in the oven because they take 45 minutes. But we'll peel the last two potatoes that we have. And prepare them for the oven. It's a delightful dish. It's called convent ovens. I have no idea why. They probably were very prevalent, this style of cooking, in some convents in Europe at one time. But they're nice potatoes, and I imagine you could do this with large baking potatoes. But these little small new or red potatoes make the ideal for this dish. So we peel those, and let me wash these two that I just peeled so we don't have any dirt going into our dish. And we'll add that to the few I have here. I'm making a short order today because we don't want to take all day to make this dish. And we're going to need several things to do this. We're going to need 2 eggs. With a little salt and pepper. We'll put some pepper. And a little salt. Let's take this out of the way. It looks like it's... Now, we need some Swiss cheese, and that's in the refrigerator. So let's move over there and get our cheese. We need to grate this cheese, and because it grates so much better when it's cold, we kept it into the refrigerator until the last minute. Now, if you have a food processor, you could very well grate it in the food processor. Just remember, you want it very fine and not in large pieces. So it'll take a second or two, but we get our cheese grated. And remember, the colder the cheese, the easier it is to grate. If this were not cold, it would be very soft and pliable. Now, I have some butter here, just 2 tablespoons of butter. We melted that. We're going to put that into our baking dish. And that's what's going, the potatoes, rather, will go in the bottom in this dish. This butter should help keep them from sticking. Also, it'll add a nice flavor because the potatoes will absorb that butter. All right, let's go back to our cheese. Almost there. We should have enough for those few potatoes. You don't need a lot. You just want a little bit of the cheese. If we need more, we'll come back and grate some just to finish the dish. So we have some grated Swiss cheese. Let's stop a minute now, go back to our onions. Look at those. And you can see the liquids have come up to a high heat, and they're smothering our onions. So let's cover those again. My regular lid has disappeared on me, so I'm making do for this today. While we're here, let's turn this on and melt the butter and oil in this pot, because we'll need that shortly. All right, now taking our potatoes dish we're going to do, we beat up the egg. And the pepper and the salt, and we'll coat the potatoes with the egg and the seasonings, and we'll roll them in the cheese, helping a little bit of it to stick onto the egg, and then in breadcrumb, and place them in the dish in such a manner that they do not touch each other. You don't completely coat the egg with cheese. You just make a little bit adhere. So that it'll blend with the breadcrumbs. See if we can get these going. We have a few hamburgers to make yet. All right. Now, since this is repetitious, we'll only do those 5, and you just imagine that we've done the other 2. And we'll get those into the oven. Putting our coating mixture aside, let's put these in the oven. And remember, they bake at 450 degrees for 45 minutes. They'll form a nice crust. The potato will be well cooked in the inside, and they are just delicious, crunchy and flavorful. A little different way of fixing potatoes. Now, for our hamburger, we're going to take a mixing bowl, and I have about 2 pounds of nice ground beef. We'll put that into our bowl, most of it anyway. Probably have a little too much. In fact, I have more than 2 pounds there, and I don't think our skillet will hold all of it, so we'll just put that in the bowl. To that, we're going to add 1 1/2 teaspoons of anchovy paste. So there's your salt. Now, I like anchovy paste, so I'm going to add a little bit extra, but not too much. We also add pepper, salt, a little touch of cayenne, and a spice or a mixture of spices that is very common in France. It's called quatre épices, 4 spices. It's usually made up of equal parts of pepper, cloves, ground cloves, ground nutmeg, and we're using cinnamon tonight. You could use ginger, either cinnamon or ginger. You take equal parts of those 4, any of those 4, and you have an herb or a blending of spices, rather, which is called quatre épices, and it is just a marvelous flavoring. So we're going to add about 1.5 teaspoons of that mixture. And then we're going to mix that all together. Except for one other thing we need, and that's a little garlic. And we need about 2 nice cloves of garlic. So let's see if I can get 2 good cloves off of this. We have 1, 2, and I'm cutting off the root end and giving it a little whack. Should free up the skin and let that garlic peel very easily. As you can see, it falls right out. Let's try the other one. Give it a little whack, and the garlic comes out. Now, we need this garlic crushed, and the easiest way to do that is simply to give it a good hard whack with our knife. And when we do that, we've got it fairly well crushed. Do it again for the second one, and then we can then chop it finer if we want. We add that to our mixture. So blending all this together, all right, we need to form some hamburgers, but we'll come back to that in a minute. Our oil and butter is fairly hot for the hamburgers, so we'll take that aside. Let's check our onions again. They're doing just nicely. Want to stir them around, bring the top on to the bottom and the bottom to the top. And we'll continue to cream our onions or saute them. Put this weight on here, my little plate. There we go. That'll do for now. So, we need then to form some hamburgers. I've taken the butter off the heat so as to not let it get too hot. And these we can make into 8 or more nice little hamburger rounds. And in fact, as we go, we'll add them to our butter and oil and let them start cooking. They need to cook 4 to 5 minutes on each side. So let's drop those right into our oil and butter. And let those cook nicely while we proceed with a nice salad to round out our meal. You can shape these any way you want. I prefer to make nice ovals. They fit nicely on the platter and help to make it garnish nicely. But these particular spices really add a nice, charming flavor to the patties. And then when served with the onions, they make a most delightful meal. I've had a number of requests from people who write me to tell me that they enjoy the show, but I've had a lot of requests to do something with ground beef, and that was one of the reasons we chose this menu tonight. So I hope for you that have asked, this will please you. All right. While our hamburgers are cooking, we can do a little bit with the salad. Let's stop a minute and go back to our onions, though. And see how they're doing. Almost there. We've got just about enough time to finish them off. There, they're turning brown on the bottom, which is just nice, what we wanted. So let's cover them again. And see if we can't. Let's turn this over. Maybe this will work better. It sure does. All right. So our hamburgers are sauteing nicely. They'll need 4 or 5 minutes on one side. Let's proceed to go with our salad. And that's mainly some nice greens, which we've washed and apparently have been draining a little bit. We have some nice curly leaf lettuce, which we want to drop into the bowl first, so we tear it into approximately bite-sized pieces. Now this is with soft lettuce tonight. You can use any combination you want. Spinach would be very good in this. So would our iceberg lettuce. But I just chose tonight to have the nice soft leaf lettuces, which are so beautiful in the market right now. And this is the Boston lettuce, and that needs to be torn in pieces. Very soft and tender, and very colorful as it goes into the center. It turns yellow. So we have these various gradations of color, which give us a nice eye appeal, as well as a flavor to our salad. A little bit more of the Boston. Let's get in here and get some of the nice tender leaves. All right, we'll put this aside and we'll use that for another purpose. So we have our salad ready, but let's stop a minute and turn our patties so that they will cook on both sides. Good, they look beautiful. Smell divine. So we'll have our nice patties ready in a moment. Very simple meal tonight, but one that's really fun and just tastes delicious, especially for those of you who like onions. So we'll have our creamed onions in a moment. We need now to, let's go to those onions, though, one more time at least, and check our pot. And as you can see, they're doing just nicely. We have one ingredient to add to this, but we're going to wait a minute until it cooks down a little bit more. And let's make our salad dressing, which is going to consist of 1/3 of a cup lemon juice. So we squeeze some lemon juice. I'll add this to what I already have, and that will give me about 1/3 of a cup, maybe a little bit more. And we'll try to keep those seeds out. So we have about 1/3 of a cup of lemon juice. We're going to put a little bit of tarragon into our salad dressing. Oop, a little too much, maybe. Some black pepper. I'm using cracked pepper. Salt. A dash of cayenne. And olive oil. We blend in 2/3 cup of olive oil with the 1/3 cup of lemon juice to give us a nice tart salad dressing. That's about 2/3 cup. We'll come back to that and finish our salad in a moment. Let's now take our onions and uncover them and add to that about 6 or 8 tablespoons of a wine vinegar. And stir that. And you can see the lovely color that it takes on, along with the browning that has occurred in the pot with the onions. We let that vinegar evaporate, and we should have our dish ready, just about. Let's take our onions. We'll put those in this serving dish. There's a nice creaminess to them. They're creamed onions. They smell divine. That vinegar just gives them a wonderful flavor. So we'll do that. We've turned our fire off on our hamburgers. We'll line those up right down the center. And see if we can't make a little room for the extra 2 I have here. That's 1. And we'll work that one in right here, standing those up on edge a little bit. They need only one final garnish, and that is some sweet pickles, which we have already cut to rounds, and we have a few little pickle fans to garnish our dish. So putting that on the table, we need only to retrieve our potatoes and dress our salad. So we have our onions and our hamburger dish on the table. Let's take from the oven our potatoes, and they've cooked nicely. As you can see, they browned extremely well. So let's place these on our platter. They're nice and crispy, and they smell fantastic. All right, we're going to run out of time, but we will put some salad dressing and go to our table and wind up our meal. All right, our salad dressing then needs to be placed over our beautiful greens. Be a nice contrasting taste to our hamburgers and the onions. So our meal tonight is colorful, flavorful, and fragrant. I think you'll enjoy that if you try it. We have our beautiful hamburgers spiced with quatre spices, 4 spices, and our lovely salad with our dressing of vinegar and oil, excuse me, not vinegar, but lemon juice and oil, and our convent potatoes with a bread crust crumb over the potatoes. A little white wine, a little French bread to go with it. We have a fantastic meal. Hope you'll join me. A bientôt.
La douceur du temps nous fait des avances. Partez mes enfants, vous avez 20 ans.
All of the recipes prepared on this program are included in Earl Peyroux's Gourmet Cooking Cookbook 1 and 2, $18.95 for a single volume or $26.50 for both volumes. To Gourmet Cooking, P.O. Box 1026, Pensacola, Florida. Zip code 32595.
The preceding program was made possible by grants from Pensacola Junior College, the Florida Department of Education,
Bonjour, mes amis, and welcome to Gourmet Cooking. Tonight we're going to do some interesting dishes. We're going to do a little oyster dish. It's called oysters in a caper sauce. And I think you'll enjoy that because it's put into a ramekin and baked in the oven. It's real interesting. I think you'll enjoy that. Along with that, we're going to have a salad called salad russe, or Russian salad. That's a mixture of vegetables, potatoes, green beans, carrots, green peas, mushrooms, all bound together with a light mayonnaise and molded. It's very interesting and garnished with some interesting garnishes. Along with that, too, we're going to have a nice dessert. We have some peaches. We're using canned tonight. If they were fresh peaches, it would be even better. But we're going to make a filling for those peaches, and that's going to be some grapes, orange segments, and some whipped cream. It's interesting. Easy dessert, but very, very interesting. Now, for those of you that are interested, the oyster dish is on page 92, and the dessert, the peaches, is on page 172 in volume 2. The Russian salad is on page 56 in volume 1. So, let's proceed with our dish tonight. We can start with the oysters because they have to be prepared and they need a little time in the oven. Now, we have some oysters. They're not large, but they are really nice, plump oysters. And we've drained most of the juice off of those. And I already have that in the pot here, boiling to, not boiling, but just getting it so that we can have it hot, because we need to poach these oysters. Now, poaching, of course, is cooking something in a liquid without boiling it. Now, this liquid is hot, so we can add our oysters and the other liquid that have come off of that. We want to bring that just to a simmer so that those oysters will cook in their own juice and just curl a little bit. So put the heat a little high so we can get that going. Now, for this dish, we're going to need also a little bit of celery. And I've already cut most of the celery, but let's take this one stalk of celery I have left. I want this in small dice, so by cutting the celery into several thin slices, leaving it attached at one end, makes it easy to handle. We can then cut our celery, and it'll be nicely diced and ready to go. So we can add this celery to the celery I have here. I have about 1.25 cups, 1.5 cups of celery, a little piece of celery leaf we don't need. We'll come back to that in a moment. Now our oysters are just beginning to bubble over here a little bit. We don't want to boil them, so I want to stir them around and lower that temperature a little bit. And we have the oysters plumping up in their own liquid. Now we're also going to need to measure that liquid and put it into a container, because we need 1 3/4 cups of that liquid. So we have that going. Now, after we've done that, we're going to need to make a roux, and we're going to need about 4 tablespoons of butter and some flour. And then we'll add our liquid to that roux, which will begin to make a sauce. So our oysters now have poached just about right. It doesn't take long. You can see them plumping up. So let's take those out and drain those as we go. And we'll put the oysters back into our dish a little later on. So taking the oysters out, trying to leave as much of the liquid behind as possible. We'll measure that liquid and hopefully have 1 3/4 cups. Some of that liquid is coming up with the oysters, but we'll drain some of it back into the pot and then measure it. So we have our oysters now all out. Let's get some of this liquid that's still with the oysters, pour it back into the pot. And we'll come back to the oysters in a moment or two. So, taking our liquid now, let's pour it into a measure, and we have 1 cup, 1.5 cups, and just about 1 3/4 cups. So into that same skillet now, we put our butter and get it melted, and we'll start our roux. And a roux, as you know from watching the show, is the cooking of flour rather, in a fat. And that conditions that flour to act as a thickening agent and to absorb the liquid. And the cooking takes away a pasty taste that the flour would give if it weren't cooked a little bit in the fat. So, let's stop a minute. We really need to do this first, though. We really need to saute the celery in the butter, and then we'll add the flour and make our roux. Takes just a minute or two. So we'll put our flour and then come along with our liquid rather, the oyster liquid. That'll make a nice sauce. And then we're going to give that sauce some flavor in a moment. Okay, while that celery is cooking, we can add, I have 3.5 tablespoons of flour, which would be just about right to thicken that 1 3/4 cups of the oyster liquid. So stirring that around, the celery, beautiful color. That flour is cooking in the fat, making the roux, as we've discussed before. And to that now we want to add our hot liquid, and that should combine with the flour and the butter and make the beginnings of a sauce. We'll let that cook a minute or two to thicken. I'm going to turn that on low heat. And let that sauce thicken. Remember now, this sauce should get fairly thick, because when you put the oysters back in, they're going to throw off a little more water, and we don't want it too liquid. We just want it to be have a nice coating sauce to put onto these, to put the oysters in. It's getting nice and thick now, and that's what we want. Now, while we're letting that thicken up a little bit on very low heat, let's go to the dessert and start some of the preparation for the dessert. We're going to need some grapes. Green grapes would be nice, but I saw these nice dark black grapes and thought they would be not only colorful, but the flavor would be great. However, these have seeds, and they're large. They're too large for what we want. So we need to cut the grape in half, take the seed out, and cut it into quarters. So let's do a few of those. And we'll have one of the elements for our dessert. Beautiful black grapes. Let's stop a moment and turn this sauce. We don't want it to burn, to stick. Sauce is nice and thick and getting thicker. So we'll clean a few grapes and then go to back to our oysters and get those ready for the shells. All right, I think that's enough. This one here, taking the seed out. It's easy to do when you quarter them especially. And we'll take the unused portion of the grapes and put that aside. We have now about 3/4 cup of grapes. Back to our sauce. As you can see, is nice and thick. We won't take that off the heat at the moment. We'll add our oysters, and there's a little liquid there that's still coming off the oysters. We want to put a little salt and pepper. And my pepper has disappeared. Here we go. We have some pepper. Nice black pepper. Give it a nice, good taste. And stirring our oysters around in the sauce, we want to add about 1/3 cup of capers, a delightful pickled flower bud of the caper plant. And that's going to give this sauce its distinct flavor. So we have our oysters in caper sauce. And then we need one other ingredient, and that's going to be an enrichment, which will be 3 tablespoons of cream. That's going to make a nice cream sauce for our oysters. They look beautiful. They smell fantastic. Now, so we did all that off heat. Let's turn the fire off. We don't need it anymore. And go back to our counter here and bring forward our container for the oysters. Now, we're using scallop shells. You could use oyster shells if you wanted, or ramekins, but these make a nice presentation, and they're so easy. So what we need to do now is to place our oyster mixture in each of these shells. We'll garnish those with some breadcrumb and put them in a very hot oven for 10 minutes. That will further cook the oysters, and we'll brown the top. It's not exactly level there. So filling the oyster shell a reasonable amount. We can then sprinkle this with breadcrumb. Now, I'm using seasoned breadcrumbs because that's my preference. You could use the unseasoned. But the seasoned gives it a nice, interesting additional dimension to the flavor. You have in here herbs and spices, lots of parsley, a little garlic, and there's a little bit of Italian or Parmesan cheese that gives it a nice flavor and that helps the breadcrumbs to brown. So placing this in a 450-degree oven, we'll come back and retrieve our oysters when we're ready to serve. Our oven's been preheated, so we'll place this in, and they should be ready in 10 minutes. So we need now to go to our dessert and our salad. For our dessert, we're going to need a cup of whipped cream, and we have the cream, and I'm going to start that whipping, hoping to talk over the noise. And for the dessert, we also need an orange or some orange segments. So we want to peel an orange and segment it. As you can see, it goes very quickly if you have a sharp knife. Take all the pith off and then go in between the membranes and take out the nice, flavorful, and juicy flesh of the orange. It's easy, it's rapid. Again, sharp knife is the secret to doing this easily and quickly. Got one or two seeds I need to retrieve. All right. Taking 1, 2, and 3 seeds. We now have our orange mixture. Or not mixture, but the orange segments. Our cream is not quite whipped, but we're going to add a little bit of sugar, and that's 2 tablespoons of sugar into our whipped cream. It's a little noisy, but we have to get it whipped, and we'll do it that way. Now, we're also going to have a salad, and that's going to require several ingredients. We're going to have some boiled potatoes. Now, I cut these into small dice and boiled them just before the show, and they're cold now. This is a nice cold salad. And then we took some green beans, cut those, and blanched those. Now, blanching is putting into boiling salted water for 3 to 5 minutes, and then we refresh them in cold water. Let's start and go back to our whipped cream. Make sure it's turning. Our cream is whipped enough. We don't want it real. It could whip a little more. Let's make sure our cream will hold the shape a little bit. That's better, and it's not so noisy now. And then our other ingredients for the salad will be some carrots, the same thing. We cut those in dice. We blanch those for about 5 to 7 minutes, a little harder vegetable. And we refresh that in cold water. And we have some green peas. These were frozen green peas. And we did the same thing, but very short time. And we have some nice mushrooms, which we've cut into small pieces, quarters and eighths, depending on the size of the mushroom. So we need those now. And I need to come down here and get a bowl. And we'll start making our salad. We're going to use a couple of teaspoons of this nice Dijon mustard and about a ½ cup of mayonnaise. To that, we want to add just a tablespoon of olive oil and about a teaspoon of vinegar. Just a little flavoring. We don't want too much of the liquid to make it too thin. We blend that together. Be easier with a larger spoon, especially when we start mixing the vegetables. So into this we want to add our vegetables, which first are the green beans. We'll toss those. We'll add the green peas. Add the carrots. Colorful, and I tell you, it is delicious. The flavor combinations really go well together. We're going to add to that also our mushrooms. I have one left here. Let's cut it. Now this is a rather large one, so cutting it in half, I'm simply going to cut it into small pieces, in this case 8. We want everything to be about the same size, so we cut it to fit. So stirring this around, coating all these nice vegetables. We have only one more vegetable to add, and that's our potatoes. And we mix this well with a little bit of salt and pepper. Now each of these vegetables was salted when it was blanched, so we don't need to add a lot of salt. We can add a good deal of pepper. It's a good flavoring. It'll bring out the other flavors and give it a little kick. That and the Dijon mustard will give us a nice, nice flavor. So mixing the vegetables. We then want to take a mold. In this case, we're going to use this nice aluminum mold, and I want to oil it a little bit. So I took a little olive oil. This will help it unmold if I oil it well. And we place our salad makings, our mixture rather, into this mold. See if we can fill this and get this in the refrigerator for a moment or two, and then we'll finish the dessert and come back to our nice salad. It's going to need a couple of garnishes, so almost too much, but not quite. It almost exactly fills this mold. Let's see if we can put it all on top. Well, it took all of the vegetable just perfectly, even the few pieces that I have on the board. Putting that aside, we want to take another dish and press the vegetable into the mold so that it will fill all the spaces. This little extra that we drop, we can put on top, because we're going to unmold this in a little bit. And just until ideally this would rest in the refrigerator for an hour or so. So we'll put it in there just for a minute or so. And we'll come back to that and finish. So now we need to go to our dessert. We're going to need our whipped cream. And we need a larger bowl. In that bowl, we're going to put our nice pieces of grape. We're going to take some of this nice orange segments, cutting some of them that are large. We'll toss that. Well, we can add a couple pieces more. We'll toss that with our whipped cream. Place that on the board. I mean, in the sink, rather. And blending that together, we will add our whipped cream, which is whipped not too terribly hard. It could be more firm if you prefer, but we just mix it lightly. And we have these two very flavorful fruits bathed in whipped cream. Now, we already have our peaches that we're using canned. However, fresh peaches would be even nicer. However, they're not yet in season as we do this show, and nothing wrong with the peaches. I mean, the canned ones, they are delicious, and they'll make a very nice dessert. One that everybody will enjoy because of the wonderful flavors. All right, we need now to put this on our serving table as soon as I finish all of the peaches and orange and grape with whipped cream. And we'll come back to our salad and finish that. So we have a very simple, fast dessert. This could be chilled for a little bit and would really be nice. We'll put that on the table. Going back now to the refrigerator, let's go get our salad. And see if this will unmold, and hopefully it will stay together. But we have our nice salad. It's holding together fairly well. The mayonnaise is a little bit thin, and it's not holding as well as it should. But even in this manner, so since it didn't hold, we'll simply put a mound, and we'll garnish our salad with a few ingredients quickly. We need hard-boiled egg. So cutting our egg. We can place some slices around. Every now and then, you go to mold something, and it doesn't mold too well. But it is even beautiful when it's not in the mold form, because there are so many beautiful vegetables and very flavorful vegetables. All right, I've got a tomato here. I need to cut and place a piece of tomato around. We'll then put this on our table and get our oysters, and we will have prepared our meal for tonight. So we have our very colorful salad. We'll come now to the oven, placing our liner on the center. Let's go to the oven now and take our, going to need 2 towels or 2 hot pads, because this is very hot. And as you can see, our oysters have browned just beautifully. We can then take this over to our table. Let's close our oven because it's hot, and we want to keep the kitchen cool. So going to our table, we'll put our oysters in caper sauce on the table with our Russian salad and our peaches with whipped cream, orange, and black grapes. Some French bread to accompany both the salad and the oysters. A little white wine to round out the meal. Fun, smells delicious. I think you'll enjoy it. I hope you'll try it. A bientôt.
If you would like a copy of Earl's cookbook, send $12.95 plus $1 for postage and handling to Gourmet Cooking, P.O. Box 1026, Pensacola, Florida, 32595. The preceding program was made possible by grants from Pensacola Junior College, the Florida Department of Education.
Century. White lily, the light baking flower.
I'm Natalie Dupree. Welcome to New Southern Cooking today. And I've been sort of pondering what really makes this a new menu, because what I have here is catfish that has been dipped in cornmeal and fried. I do have something new right here, which is coleslaw made with a peanut mayonnaise. The mayonnaise on its own is not terrific, but when you mix it with coleslaw, it is so terrific you'll want to make it all the time. Hush puppies, which are one of the very favorite things in the South, made with onions and cornmeal. And over here, a chocolate pound cake made with pecans and chocolate. Now, there's not a lot that's new about this meal except that the rest of the world is finally coming around to understanding that catfish are terrific. The world now finally knows with our catfish farms that catfish are good year-round and a real wonderful fried fish. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is to make my hush puppies. And, oh gosh, there are a lot of corny reasons for calling them hush puppies. The cornmeal's in here, self-rising flour, and that's cornmeal mix, self-rising flour, chopped onions, an egg, and buttermilk. And nothing is ever exact in cooking, particularly if you've got flour and cornmeal mix involved. You know, those things are variable according to the humidity and how well you've kept them in containers in the day. So you just take it like it comes and add a little more of whatever you need. In fact, I could add some Creole seasoning to that if I wanted to. That would be fine. Might even add a little sprinkling, although the recipe doesn't call for it. You could add Tabasco if you wanted to, or whatever else you wanted to do to that, just to pep it up a little. They say that the way that they got their name was that someone fried up some cornmeal or cornmeal mix one day and threw whatever was on the plate to the puppy that was lounging around the bottom of the table, and they said, "Hush, puppy," and he liked it, so he hushed. Now, I can't be responsible for that story, but I haven't found a better one. Now, if it flattens out, it means that you haven't got enough cornmeal mix or flour in there. Let's just see how it does. The fat is at 375, which is fine for something like a hush puppy, because it's not real dense and it'll fry up in a short period of time. You don't want to go that hot for normal frying. Let's just try one more and just see if I can get a nice little round hush puppy. Well, yeah, that looks pretty good. That's fine. Get them in pretty rounds. Could add just a smidgen. I want to add just a smidgen more cornmeal mix to one part of it just to show you what it would be like if you stiffen it up a bit. So here we go. We'll dollop this in. You can't, some people can scoop their batter out with a melon baller or something like that, and that keeps it just a little rounder. I'm not as good at scooping mine out with a melon baller. There, just a little bit more cornmeal mix stiffened up that mixture and made it a little nicer. You can go back while it's still hot and try to poke in that, but I didn't get it. Now, when it's ready, it just about wants to turn itself. You see it turns brown, and you can see how easily it turns, just floats. And those were, actually, I probably didn't need so much of that cornmeal mix. It'll be all right either way. And of course, you have to taste one right away to be sure that you've got your seasoning just right, because if you wanted to add salt and pepper or more Creole seasoning, then you would do it now. Take them out. You can tell a lot about whether or not they're ready to come out by how much they're still bubbling. I'll turn this over and show you that it's not done on the bottom, and that you can tell that because it's still bubbling rapidly. When I've got it floating on this side, the bubbles are starting to dissipate, but when I turn it over, they increase. And that's because deep fat frying is really, it's really physics. It's got to do with pushing water out. And when things are done, they stop bubbling and sizzling, and that means that the fat can start sinking in. Now this is what we call oil, sail oil. That means oil on sale. It could have been anything. It could have been shortening that was heated up to 375. Could have been Crisco, lard, excuse me, I didn't mean to use a brand name. It could have been any shortening or lard, or it could be peanut oil, one of my real favorites. Let's see, that's probably just about right. Peanut oil or one of your any one of your vegetable oils. Just the 375 is important, and you could probably reuse that oil. Just strain it up and put it through even a coffee filter, one of my favorite things, or through paper towel and save it, and you could reuse it several times. This catfish that I'm frying now, though, probably should be in really a sail oil, because it does get a fishy flavor. Even if you fry potatoes in it, it's not really usable, again, for a lot of things. Now, the catfish has been soaking in buttermilk. You can soak it in what we call sweet milk, and that's not milk with sugar. That's just what other people call homogenized milk. But the milk tenderizes it and flavors it, and buttermilk is something that we really enjoy in the South. In fact, it's not unknown to take cornbread and break it up and eat it for a late night supper. This is just salt and pepper, but once again, reach over. You could add a little Creole seasoning if that was your penchant. Shake all this together in your paper bag. Now, I've got two kinds of fish that I want to show you. One is a fillet, and a lot of people don't like catfish just because they don't want to deal with the bones. So take the fillet, if you'd like, or this is a whole catfish. And the chances are that these were farm grown rather than caught by some young man sitting on the bank of his favorite fishing spot with a pole leaning against a tree. And the fat for the catfish is 360. Now, if I had that as high as 375, the chances are that the outside would burn before the inside was cooked. And you can put all your pieces in at once. I find I have a little more control if I put one in at a time. And if you like, shake off your excess and put your fish in. Now, if you, a lot of times we were told in school to put the original skin side down. It gives a prettier finish. The fat in both of these pans comes no more than halfway up the side of the pan, because if you get it any fuller than that, the chances are you're going to have a bad fire in the kitchen because it's going to boil over. And to tell you the truth, I don't like frying anything that takes a real long time to fry right on the stove. I'm much happier in an electric frying pan. So here goes my last catfish in here. And then I'm going to show you how to turn them onto the other side. You always strain both of these, of course, on paper towel. And you can reheat for hush puppies, but what I like about this meal is it's a great last-minute meal. I think I'll just have to shake, get this one coated. It's amazing how the farm industry here has helped catfish. Now you fry this about 5 minutes to the inch of thickness when it's at 360, and you can see that this is done. So that means a total maybe of 2.5 to 3 minutes per side. Don't crowd your pan too much, because when you do, it reduces the heat in the pan. And try to move a little faster than I did so that you have all of yours in the pan at the same time, so you can tell by that sizzle that I was talking about just how well done they are. Now over here I have some that are actually overdone. They've been sitting here the whole time I've been talking. You can see through the slow boil here that they are really unhappy at this side, and I wonder if I can turn them. They may stick because the oil wasn't hot enough. Here is my favorite gadget. Everybody's got a favorite gadget. This is mine, and it opens up, you see, when you put it under. These are the whole catfish, and let's just see if there it goes. And it's not going to have as pretty a finish simply because the oil was turned down a little low. You want it at least at 360. Here we go, that one's a little better. And maybe turn this one with this. And it's sticking a little because it was cold. Don't let that bother you. Just, people will still eat it all the same. Get that crisp goodness on it. And if you wanted to, you could even pat on just a little of the cornmeal mix and turn it over again, but you're probably better off just like this. Get it nice and crisp, and when your sizzling stops, any one of these ways, you'll know that your fish is ready. Now this is not getting done as much over here on this side. You'll see it's not as nice when I try to turn it. See, it's not browning as much. Probably got to do with the heat over here on this side of the pan. But over here, this one is probably done. It's not simmering much over here. Whatever over here is really coming. I'm going to tip the pan just a little. It's dangerous. I'll show you. See, you can see right around this, it's really not bubbling very much. So I'm going to take this out and drain it on my paper towel. Well, it could cook more. No, it's not done. I'm going to put it back in a minute. But I wanted to show you the thickness of the fish, and that's going to be hard to do in this pan. I'll show you on these. When you cook a fish, you cook it, as I said, about 5 minutes to the inch of thickness at 360 degrees. Let me just see just how hot that is. Well, not quite hot enough, but it's 5 minutes according to the inch of thickness this way. That tells you how long your catfish is done. Now, people are doing a lot of interesting saucing with catfish. They might take some brown butter and fry up some pecans and do that, or make a lime butter sauce. That's also terrific, where you would boil down lime, maybe in some onion, and then whip in butter, and that's a terrific signature dish with it. We just have a whole variety of great things that we do with our catfish and the way that we sauce them. It looks to me like I'm not going to get one out here on this plate to show you like I'd like to, because I don't think we really have enough time, because I want to tell you about one of the ingredients that we've used twice today, which is cornmeal, part of what cornmeal mix is really all about. So now, let me tell you all about cornmeal.
Here is a gristmill. It's picturesque to us, but it was downright practical 100 years ago. Farmers, loaded with the harvest of dried corn, looked forward to plenty of grits and cornmeal. Here at Point Lookout, Missouri, corn is ground in the old-fashioned way. The Edwards Mill is operated by the School of the Ozarks. It's a replica of the grist mills once found throughout this country. In fact, all the materials and equipment used in the construction of this mill were either taken from old mills or are exact reproductions. Water power is still the driving force. Here, water is channeled down a wooden raceway and focused on a 14-foot wooden wheel. This is called an overshot wheel. The force of the water hits the top of the wheel, spins it downward, and turns the millstones inside. These stones are called burrs. When only the bottom stone turns, it's called an underrunner. The corn arrives at the mill already shucked and dry. The debris is filtered out. Then the kernels are cleansed through an infrared process. The corn is scooped up by tiny metal elevators called flags and carried up to a bin above the grinding stones. Gradually, they're dropped down into the grinder. Here, between these spinning stones, corn can be transformed into cornmeal or grits just by adjusting the grinding speed and the distance between the stones. After grinding comes sifting. This is the sifter at work. Inside it are 5 progressively finer screens. Some of the corn doesn't grind properly, so it's drained off. They call it cow chow, food for cows, which is exactly what it'll be used for. But the finely ground cornmeal has a different destiny. It's scooped up by hand and, keeping with tradition, put into cloth bags and sewn shut.
I want to show you now how to make this chocolate pecan cake, and it is phenomenal. First, turn on your mixer. Oh, I better pull this up first. And beat your butter until it's nice and light. And slowly add your sugar. Well, now there's a gracious quantity of butter in here, so I'll be adding the sugar a little faster. And what you want to do is to get your butter and sugar creamed together very, very nicely. Now, add your eggs one at a time. One. And just keep beating. If you need to turn it off and go back and scrape down, do so. Sometimes these kind of don't get mixed in all the way, and it's better to mix it in all along, I find, and scrape down than it is to wait till the end and try to get everything all together. And then one at a time, I told you, right? It's hard to control all the time. I always crack my eggs separately and then put them all together in a bowl when I'm pouring them in. And here we go. And now I want to mix my flour, my baking powder, and sometimes I sift it together. I just use a strainer. I don't like those gadgets that they use for sifters. And I'm going to divide my flour into 3 onto the wax paper. I'm going to try to be real accurate about it, but it's not real crucial. Don't pack your flour into your bowl or onto your paper, because if you pack it, you won't have as nice a product. The more you can aerate your flour, the better. Well, that's a little unequal, but it doesn't matter. You always start and end with your flour and then alternate it with your liquid. So I'm going to stir in my flour quickly. Give it a quick mix and maybe go back and just get it off around the sides. And then add my milk, half my milk. You know, the pound cake used to be a pound of eggs and a pound of butter, and it's changed its nature a great deal since its inception. There we go. Now, the rest of your milk. I know that machine sounds like it's unhappy, but actually it's a very powerful machine, and it's probably very happy. And then last but not least, fold in the very last tail end of the flour. And do it as quickly as you can, because you'll make a tough mixture if you don't. And now I'm going to fold this in with my nice melted chocolate. And it's really nice. It was chocolate pieces, chocolate morsels. And I think I have to get in here by lowering this a little bit. There we go. It's so rich. We just kept adding chocolate to this until it wouldn't take any more. It's so good. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to lick this pan and bowl when we're through with this. That's the cook's treat. Don't you always save something as a treat for yourself? Stir that together, and then stir in the pecans, which I'll do as soon as it's all together. I don't think this is fattening. It's probably very good for you. Now, life should be fun. Try not to hit things against sides of containers. Hit it against your hand if you can. And actually, what I'm going to do with that chocolate later is drizzle a little of it on top of the done cake. But it certainly would be nice to have it as the cook's treat. And stir together. Make sure everything's all stirred together. Get down there to the bottom to be sure. And if you have problems with everything being all together, go ahead and get in there with the whisk and get to the bottom of it. There we go. Don't let that throw you. And now put it into 4 greased loaf pans. Frequently I grease and flour my loaf pans, and if you'd rather do that, that's all right too. Let's just pour it in. And you can put a cake on a pan before you put it in the oven, in case you were concerned about it running over. Or, let's see, or if you are not, it's all right. You always bake them in the middle of the oven, not in the top. And these 4 go in at 325 for 45 minutes. Now, what you have to do is rotate them. So you're putting them in the middle and the next rack, and then you want to check them because the ones on the bottom might burn on the bottom and the ones on the top. So you rotate them, and you make sure that there's an even amount of space so that the air goes around your pans. Let me just move all of this away. Once again, that goes for 4 of those loaf pans, greased loaf pans. Oh, I can't wait. I'm not the chocoholic some of my friends are, but I still love it. Let's go ahead and get this out of the way. Now I want to take this out of the pan and take a spatula, or in this case, I'm going to take a knife, something that's straight edged, and go all the way around your pan. Get it all removed, and you know, if you have something that's curved that gets it out, then sometimes you scar the side. And you cool it in your pan about 15 minutes before you turn it out into your rack, and then out it comes. Oh, it's nice, and you can see what happened here. This was butting up against some other, maybe close to the side of the stove, and so it burned on one side. And that's why you want the air to circulate around, and that's the only tricky thing about having so much in the oven at the same time. And then you would just drizzle that, and you could add some pecans to the topping as well. There you are, isn't it? Get the idea. Of course, the temptation is not to put it all on, but to save some for the cook. It's wonderful. Now let me show you how to make our peanut butter mayonnaise. And that really sounds wacko, but it's absolutely fabulous when it's with the coleslaw. I don't really like it necessarily by itself, but I love it with this coleslaw. And I want to show you how to make homemade by hand mayonnaise. First, take your eggs and whisk them till they're nice and thick. And I always add a little, just a smidgen of the salt and pepper to start, and some of your mustard. And I prefer Dijon mustard in my mayonnaises. Some people like dry mustard, but I don't really like it as well. And you get this good and thick. And I don't know how, it depends on how thick you want your mayonnaise as to how long you keep whisking this. And then you add your oil slowly, drizzle by drizzle, to be sure not to curdle it. Okay, now let's dribble in the oil, little by little. If you add it too fast, you'll curdle it, and it won't thicken nicely. So you just dribble it off the spoon. Okay? Now I want to move away and show it to you in the food processor, and then come back to it. Here's the food processor, and let me add some eggs to it. I've got them over here. Let's see. I'll just do 1 egg in here now, with a little, I'll do a yolk. And I'll add that mixture. Let's just say it curdled and I wanted to do it in the food processor. Then I would add, and this isn't curdled, but, oh yeah, it is a little. How about that? You add what you've already done, if you'd like, to your processor. Some of them have a little hole in the bottom of the tube where you can put it in. And here goes this. So you see, if you curdle it, you just take, you add it too, and that's because you add the oil too fast, you just take a new egg and put it in a bowl with a whisk, or in this case in the food processor, and slowly add the curdled mixture to it. Or if you were starting from scratch and you wanted to, what you could do is just put your whole eggs in the food processor. Here we go. Nice. Let me show you how it's getting nice and thick. Can you see that? And you just add it very slowly till it's all in there. Now what I've got is a mayonnaise. I feel like a multi-mayonnaise person. Here's a nice thick mayonnaise. Better stop that, although I would love to be able to have the time to show you all of that because it's coming back so nicely and thickening so nicely. And here I have some peanut butter that I've added to my mayonnaise. Just whip it in. It's fun. It's fun. There you go. And now, add it to your coleslaw that you've made with your grated cabbage. Oh, so nice. Onions, chopped. What is that? Cucumber and celery. And toss them all together in your bowl. Let's see what I got here to toss this with. I really want to do it with my hands, but you're watching. Toss all of this together in your bowl. Give me just a little more of that mayonnaise. You know, you need to add enough salt and pepper to a mayonnaise, too. You need to taste it and be sure that you have enough salt and pepper. And then just top this with your peanuts. I like stirring them in as well as topping them. And I want to be sure that I have to add a little of my Tabasco and Creole seasoning and mustard here, and salt and pepper, and taste, just to be sure. It's absolutely terrific. Oh. And indeed, it's fine. It is. Let's just talk about our things again that we've made today and look at them. Here's catfish. Use catfish fillets or whole catfish rolled in cornmeal, fried. A wonderful coleslaw with peanut butter mayonnaise and topped with crunchy peanuts. Hush puppies, a real Southern favorite. And wonderful, wonderful chocolate pound cake topped with pecans and drizzled with some extra melted chocolate. Thank you for joining us. See you again.
All recipes from this program and in the entire series are available in the new Southern Cooking Cookbook. This hardbound volume, published by Alfred A. Knopf, contains over 300 recipes from Natalie's collection. Order your copy now by calling toll-free 1-800-441-3000. The price is just $18.95. Visa and MasterCard are accepted, but please have your charge card ready when you call. That's 1-800-441-3000 to order your copy of Natalie Dupree's new Southern Cooking.
New Southern Cooking with Natalie Dupree has been brought to you in its entirety by the White Lily Foods Company, millers of White Lily, the light baking flour used by Southern cooks for over a century. White Lily, the light baking flour.
Stay tuned for Last Waltz on a Tightrope.
From judge to fisherman, from killer to priest, Spencer Tracy played them all and all brilliantly.
It came so subtly out of his eyes, every muscle in his face. He was a film actor.
And when Tracy teamed up with Hepburn, the chemistry was magic.
I need someone to look after me.
What about me?
Why not?
Well, I don't know if I can lick you or you can lick me, but I'll tell you one thing I do know.
What?
Together, we can lick them all.
You bet.
Now, Katharine Hepburn pays tribute to her legendary leading man.
Take a look at Spencer's career. Meet a number of directors, writers, and several generations of actors.
Le petit blanc, le combat sous les honneurs.
Bonjour, mes amis, and welcome to Gourmet Cooking. Tonight we're going to prepare a couple little French dishes and have some noodles to go along with it. We're going to take this nice piece of beef round and cube it and braise it with peppers, onions, and mushrooms in a nice wine sauce. And of course the noodles will go with that to drink up some of the nice sauce that'll come with that. And as a nice salad tonight, we're going to take red cabbage, pineapple, raisins, and green onions, and put a vinaigrette dressing on it and hold it together. Two interesting dishes along with the noodles tonight. So we need to move along so we can get all this done today. We're going to, first of all, turn the heat on this skillet right here. There's 2 tablespoons of butter and 2 tablespoons of oil. And that's going to start out, we're going to start out by sauteing these vegetables that we're going to prepare in a second. But while we're here, we can start our noodles going too. Now I already have water, salted water, boiling. Now we're going to take these nice wide egg noodles and put them in the water, bring them back to the boil, and cook those for about 12 to 14 minutes until they become nice and tender but still firm, or as they say, al dente, to the teeth. So we make sure that the noodles are well coated with water and not sticking together. Now to bring that back to the boil, we're going to partially cover this pot and we'll check it. As soon as it comes to the boil, we'll turn the heat down a little bit just so that it cooks on a simmer. All right, let's move now to our beef. But before we get into that, there's something I usually do and I forgot to do it on the beginning. These 2 recipes we're doing tonight, the braised beef, peppers, and mushrooms, is on page 100 in Volume 2 of Gourmet Cooking. And the red cabbage and pineapple salad is on page 53 in Volume 2. That's for those of you that are interested and who sometimes follow along. Okay, we have our noodles going. Let's take and prepare a little bit more of the ingredients we need. We need 3 vegetables for our beef dish, 3 main vegetables, and that's going to be some sliced onion. So we have a little bit left to do there. So we sliced up the rest of that onion. That's 1 large onion. Give us a nice quantity. We're going to saute that in that butter and oil along with these peppers. Now, I've already sliced most of them. We have 1/2 left. We want to cut that into nice julienne slices. And that will also go in with the onions to be sauteed a little bit before we proceed with the beef portion. And then we have the mushrooms also. Most of these I've cleaned. Now, I'm going to leave most of them whole. A few of them are a little bit large, so we'll cut that in half. Or ideally, we'd have all nice one-size button mushrooms. That's difficult to find sometime. So we have mushrooms already, and of course, the stems are excellent. We don't waste those. We're going to use those along with the whole button. So our butter and oil has come to heat. We can now add our onions and toss those in the butter. While we're here, we'll look at our noodles once again. They're boiling nicely. Make sure they're not sticking together. So we'll just put that lid back on partially to keep that water right at the boiling point so that those noodles will rumble in the water. Remember, that was salted water, and that should cook in about 12 to 14 minutes. So we begin by sauteing our onions and adding the bell pepper, tossing that into the butter and oil. And then we add the mushrooms. We toss that. We're going to season that a little bit with salt and pepper in a moment. And we cook this, stirring from time to time, for about 8 minutes. While that's going on, we have another chore to do with the beef. Be sure they're well mixed and that all the vegetables are well coated with the butter and the oil. And we'll come back to that in a moment. Putting our dishes aside, we'll keep an eye on our noodles as well as our vegetables. Now, let's go to the beef. What I have here is about a 2.5-pound piece of beef round. You could use chuck, any nice piece of beef that's good for braising. And we need to cube this. Need a bowl. We have that right here. Cutting that in half for convenience. We want then, of course, to cut off any fat or any other membrane on this nice piece of beef. We cut that in strips. Very nice, it's tender. And we cut that into cubes and put that into this bowl. So cutting the beef, we're going to add a number of seasonings and some wine and let that marinate before we cook it. Taking the other piece of beef, cutting off this little bit of fat, cutting that in strips. A little piece of fat over here, let's cut that off. Oop, still there. So, cutting our beef, we want that into nice cubes. They'll look like about 1-inch cubes, 3/4 inch, 1-inch cubes. Cut those two pieces, and then we should check our vegetables. Last piece. And we have this nice beef all cut up and ready. Let's look at our vegetables. They need to be tossed. Make sure that they're all cooking. It takes about 8 minutes for these to cook enough. And we'll set those aside and proceed with our beef. Now, into the beef, we're going to put half an onion, or a whole onion rather, but this is such a large onion, I'm only going to put half, which should be about right. Cutting that, we want to dice the onion. So we can add the onion to the beef. And we're going to add some seasonings. First, we have some thyme. Need about a half teaspoon of thyme. A little bit of rosemary, about a half teaspoon. You can put a little more of these if you like. It just depends on what flavorings that you prefer and how strong you want to make it. A little bit of cayenne pepper. And a couple of bay leaves. Need to mix this all up, coat it well, the beef, the onions, and then we're going to pour into it a glass, or a cup rather, of red wine, a nice burgundy wine, which will become our marinade. Now, wine has the quality of tenderizing beef, and this should marinate for at least 3 hours. Preferably in the refrigerator. But we don't have 3 hours to wait. So we'll put this aside, and when we're ready for the beef, we'll go to the beef that I have already done and has been marinating for 3 hours. Back to our vegetables. They're almost ready. Now, this is the beef that we marinated for 3 hours. It's been in the wine. It's nice and fragrant. It's absorbed all the characteristics of these seasonings and the onion and the bay leaf. Now, we're going to need to saute that in a few moments. But first of all, let's take our vegetables and just put those aside into this dish, and they'll go into the dish again at another point. So we have these nice aromatic vegetables, which will give their character to the dish. We add a little butter and a little oil, and that should come up to heat rather quickly, and we'll start the marinating of our beef. Taking our parsley and putting it aside, we'll need some of that later, and the tomatoes were merely a garnish. We'll simply set those aside. We may use those at the end of the dish too. While that's getting hot, let's take the beef, leaving behind as much of the marinade and the onions as you can. All right, that sounds like it's hot enough, so we can then start. We want to brown the beef. And we'll start out by browning it on one side and then tossing it in the oil and the butter to get a nice color and develop its own flavor. A few more pieces in here, and then we can add the other parts that I have in the other bowl here. All right, we save our marinade because we're going to use that again. And let's take these now. That's the right spoon. And working that all down into the fats that we have here. We let that brown, and we'll come back to that and continue our dish in a few moments. Putting this dish aside, clean up our board a little. Now, that's on high heat, so we want that to cook rather rapidly. Let's move to our salad. As you can see, I already have most of the cabbage shredded. We might need a little more. Taking a nice bowl, we can then put our cabbage. You need about 6 cups of cabbage, and a little more of that is required. So we'll chop some cabbage, or shred the cabbage fairly thin. Now, we don't want that tough stem, so we'll throw that part away. So we add this little bit of cabbage to the cabbage we already have. We then need about, close to a cup of green onions. The nice green tops, because they're not only flavorful, but colorful. So we add the green onions, picking up these few little pieces we no longer need, throwing those away, stopping again, going back to our beef. We'll turn the beef and let it brown on the other side. You may want to take a little longer than I'm doing here if you have the time at home, but I'm trying to fit this into the time frame we have. But it's doing nicely. It's browning nicely. So we'll let that cook on the other side a little bit so that it's brown on all sides, and then come back and add the other ingredients we need. Now, to this salad, we also need about 6 ounces of some nice dry raisins and about 2 cups of pineapple. And I have chunks of pineapple here. And we try to blend this together. It becomes a very colorful, and I tell you, it's very delicious, especially when we add the vinaigrette dressing that we're going to make next for this. But we have our salad all put together except for the dressing. So we'll put that aside. It's hard to work with that much cabbage and not spill a little bit. Put that in our trash. Back to our beef. And we take now 2 tablespoons of flour. We spread it over, and we cook that for a minute or so in the butter, the oil, some of the drippings from the meat, wonderful flavors. And the flour is going to give us a little bit of a thickening agent. It acts as a thickening agent, I'm trying to say. But we need to cook that a little bit to take the raw pasty taste that flour can give. In other words, we're making a basic roux. And to this now, we add the marinade and the onions and the bay leaf and the thyme and the rosemary, these wonderful flavorings. Need a little salt, and it's way down here, and a little pepper. A little salt and pepper at this point. Pepper. And a little salt. And blending it all. We want now to cover that, and we'll do that with our vegetables, and let that cook for 1 hour and a half. And then we'll come back to that and complete it in a moment. So let's go back to our salad. We need to make a salad dressing. But let's stop a moment. These noodles should be done by now. Let me test them. If they are, we'll drain those. Oh, they're nice. They've doubled in size, as noodles usually do. And the best way to taste them is take a little bit out of the pot. Just perfect. It couldn't have been better. Let's take the lid off. Turn the fire off. Go to our sink and drain our noodles. We can put this pot right back on the stove. Put about 2 tablespoons of butter and a little oil. We'll toss those noodles in the butter and oil, which will keep them from sticking together. Our noodles have drained pretty well. This will keep the noodles nice and hot, even though the heat has been turned off. We'll toss those in the butter and the oil and cover them without heat, and that will keep them nice and hot. Now, an hour and a half later, after this is cooked for an hour and a half, we want to add the vegetables that we cooked earlier. I'm having a little trouble here. Should have used a lid. Now, we're going to rush this. We don't have the time to wait, but the one that we're going to use at the end was cooked in the right manner. So this is an hour and a half cooking the beef in the nice sauce. We now add the vegetables. Let's turn the fire down. We should have turned it down when we cooked it for an hour and a half. But we'll add the vegetables and 1 cup of beef stock. We cover this again, and this will become a nice braised beef dish, but this needs to cook for another whole hour. So we're talking 2.5 hours altogether. Now, since we don't have time for that, we'll simply move this one off the heat, take the one that I prepared earlier, bring it over here. As you can see, it's been simmering nicely and has gotten a very nice sauce. And that'll be ready in a few moments to serve. So remember, that was an 1.5 hour cooking of the beef in the wine, and then we added the vegetables at the end of an 1.5 hours, and a cup of beef stock, and we cooked that covered for another hour. So it takes a long time, but it's very much mostly unattended. So let's go back to our board and pick up a little bit. Again, we're making a lot of mess today. And let's take this dish out of the way too. We need now to make our dressing for our salad. And we have a quarter cup of, here's the bowl I need to make it. We have a quarter cup of pineapple juice. We're going to use about a quarter cup of vinegar, pepper, a little salt, and we're going to blend in some olive oil, about a 1/2 cup of olive oil. This should give me about 1.25 cups, 1.5 cups of a vinaigrette dressing. But it'll have a nice pineapple flavor with that pineapple juice that we added. So the vinaigrette dressing added to the nice flavor of the sweet raisins, the sweet pineapple, and the crunchy red cabbage with the green onions really gives us a unique taste. One I think you'll enjoy. It certainly is very attractive to serve. So let's put our dressing onto the cabbage, the pineapple, the raisins, and we want then to toss this. Ideally, you would chill this, which would take a couple of hours, I guess, or certainly an hour, and it would just be delightful. We don't have that luxury tonight, but you know, it's still good, even because these are not hot ingredients. They're cool to the touch right now. But chilled would probably make it even a little nicer. So let's serve this salad and put that on our table. The colors are just beautiful. And the fragrance. So we can put this onto our serving table and go back and get the other dishes that we've planned. One of those will be our noodles. Which have held just nicely. Oh, they're going to be great with that lovely wine gravy that came with the beef and the green peppers and the mushrooms. And simply because I have the little tomatoes here, we might just use those as a garnish to give a contrasting color to the pasta. A little tomato added to the beef dish would be very nice taste to go along with it. So let's put this on our table. We'll go back and serve our beef. So we'll bring our trusty liner. Let's wash one of these spoons. There we go. So, placing the beef, the peppers, the onions, the mushrooms, some of the sauce. Let's see if we can't do that a little quicker. The fragrance is wonderful. That with some of the noodles and a little French bread will really, really be fantastic. A little crooked here. There we are. So, let's take our final dish to the table. And bringing our glass with us, we'll have a little red wine, a nice burgundy, a little bit of the wine that was used in the cooking of the beef. So we have our beef, peppers, mushrooms, and onions, and a nice wine sauce, noodles to go with that, and beautiful cabbage, pineapple, raisins with a vinaigrette dressing, little French bread and the wine. Fantastic. Hope you'll join me. A bientôt.
Voici le printemps, la douceur du temps nous fait des avances.
All of the recipes prepared on this program are included in Earl Peyroux's Gourmet Cooking Cookbooks, Volumes 1 and 2. To purchase Chef Peyroux's cookbook, please send $13.95 for a single volume or $26.50 for both volumes. To Gourmet Cooking, P.O. Box 1026, Pensacola, Florida. Zip code 32595.
The preceding program was made possible by grants from Pensacola Junior College, the Florida Department of Education, and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
More home improvements are just ahead with Bob Vila on This Old House.
White lily, the light baking flour.
Lasagna together. Now, I've just turned this down. Let's take out noodles to the sink. Put our colander, and we'll drain our noodles. Now, they've been cooked al dente, just so that they just nice and chewy to the bite. Now, I'm going to take a large container of water, and we're going to fill that with cold water. And we're going to put our noodles in the cold water. To let them cool down, and you can see they're nicely cooked, but they need to be cooled down so we can handle them. So they're in the cold water. We'll let those set back there until we come back and need them. Now, we'll go on with our lasagna in a moment, but let's start with our vegetables. They too have to be cooked just a little bit. We've got these 3 vegetables, and here we have green beans, and we've already cut those, so we cut the tip ends off, and we cut those in about 1-inch pieces. All these vegetables are cut in about 1-inch pieces so that they're bite-sized when we go to eat them. So we cut these nice green beans. We also have bell pepper and zucchini. All 3 have to be blanched, and they take a little, the beans take a little longer than the other 2 vegetables to blanch. So we'll start those and add the other vegetables to our... So we put this into salted boiling water, bring that back to the boil, and we'll come back and add the other vegetables in a moment. But while we're here, let's cut those and get those ready. Now, cutting this 1 little piece of bell pepper we had left, I cut this in half so that I have nice 1-inch pieces, which make nice bite-sized pieces. On the zucchini, we cut the end off. We cut this into about 1-inch slices or cylinders, and then we cut this. Now, I like to cut it in 1/8. You can cut it in 4ths. It just depends on what size you want. But by cutting it in 1/8, I have what I consider are nice bite-sized pieces. So we can add those. We'll cut this piece. And I think that's enough zucchini. We don't need that little piece. And we throw this extra away. So we'll come back to these and blanch those after the green beans have blanched for about 5 minutes. Let me turn some heat on this skillet. We have 4 tablespoons of butter in there, and that's going to be the beginning of our lasagna mixture. So we need some green onions. So there's about 8 green onions. We cut those in fairly large pieces. And of course, we always use these flavorful tops. So we have our green onions, which are going to go into our butter here. Turning that heat up. We'll put those onions in even though the oil's not quite hot, or rather the butter, but that will come back to come up to a heat rather quickly, and our onions can start cooking. So we saute the onions. While that's going on, we'll look at the seafood that goes into this recipe. That's going to be 3 very flavorful shellfish. We have some nice shrimp. Now, I boil these. You can cook them raw. As you'll see in a moment when we cook, you could use raw shrimp. I like to season my shrimp, so I boil them separately with a nice spicy seasoning. So those are all ready. And we have some nice scallops. These are sea scallops. Had we been able to buy the bay scallops, which are about this size, we would have used those, but they just weren't available. So I simply take the sea scallops and cut those into little pieces, taking some of this garnish off. And then we have nice crab meat, and I've used the dark crab meat. I prefer the flavor for this. It's a little sweeter than the white meat. We go through, we pick out the crab shells as much as possible. So let's remove all this parsley, which was simply a garnish for our opening. So we put that aside. And our onions now are coming up just nicely. So we want to add our shrimp, our scallops, and our crab meat. That's about a pound of crab meat, about 3/4 pound of scallops, and about a pound or a pound and a quarter of boiled shrimp. Those 3 We'll blend with the onions and the butter. We'll bring those up to heat. And we add now 1 cup of white wine. Now that will cook the scallops in a few minutes. That was excuse me, not 1 cup, that was a half cup. I think we can use just a little more wine, say about a 1/4 cup. We want a little juice to make a sauce with. So, let's bring that up to heat and our scallops will cook just nicely. Let's go back to our green beans. They have been blanching for 5 minutes. We can add now the bell pepper and the zucchini, and we'll blanch these. Remember, blanching is simply cooking a vegetable for a short time, usually 3 to 4 to 5, 8 minutes, depending on the vegetable. And that just barely begins to cook it. It makes it nice and crunchy, it brings out the flavors. So we now let those cook for about 5 minutes, and we'll go back to drain those. We have another ingredient that's going to go into our seafood lasagna, and that is some nice mushrooms. I already cut mine. You can quarter them, or in this case, I like to slice them. So we'll slice the 2 remaining mushrooms that we have. And we'll add those to our seafood mixture and let that cook for a minute or so. Let's take our tomato garnish off. We'll use that later on another dish. So we'll put that aside. And we have our nice mushrooms, which can go into the mixture also. Remember, those mushrooms are going to throw off a fair amount of liquid, as will the seafood. So with the wine and the liquid from the seafood and the mushrooms, we'll have a nice liquid, or seasoned liquid, which we want to use to make a sauce. Now, let's let that cook a minute, and we'll come back to it and then make our other sauce. We also have another ingredient that goes into our lasagna, and that is some ricotta cheese. I have some here. This is 32 ounces of nice ricotta cheese. It's an Italian cheese. It's similar to a type of cottage cheese, but it has a very distinct flavor, a little bit acid, a little sour rather, and very pleasant. To that, we want to add now 2 eggs. Stop a moment, turn our seafood. And let that cook a little longer. So blending in this egg with the sour cream, the ricotta cheese, we'll have one of the ingredients we need to put our lasagna together. All right, it's nicely blended. We'll put that aside for the moment. Come back to it. Now, we have to make a sauce in a moment, but we need to have a little more liquid come out of those vegetables. I mean, those seafoods, rather. So let's take our vegetables now, which have been blanching for like another 5 minutes. We're running out of space here. Let's move our lasagna. And put our colander back in the sink, and we can now drain our vegetables. Now these we want to refresh in cold water to stop the cooking, so we'll just turn the water on. All right. We'll let that drain now. Coming back to this, we need to take our seafood lasagna, and that's long enough. We really wanted to cook the scallops. So we want now to get the liquid that we need. So we drain our seafood. And put our seafood back in the pot and push it aside for now. So coming to our butter here, we'll melt the butter and add to that 4 tablespoons of flour. And when that melts and comes together, we're making a light roux. And that will give us a thickening for our sauce. Fire was still on there. Let's move that over. So, taking our vegetables, which have drained nicely, we can place those on a platter, on a serving platter, and quickly make a dressing to go onto our and for that dressing we're going to take a little basil, about a good 1.5 teaspoons of basil, some pepper, salt, vinegar, excuse me, we're going to need some Dijon mustard, about 2 tablespoons. Want a nice spicy vinaigrette dressing, a little vinegar, and we then whisk in some olive oil. Now we have one other ingredient to add to this dressing, which will give another color dimension to our nice salad, and that's going to be some chopped red onion. I already have that peeled. We want to then cut this. Let's stop a moment and go to our sauce. Our butter has now cooked in that flour. We then add the drippings from the cooking of the shellfish, and we'll keep an eye on that. That should start thickening. So we add now our onions to this nice vinaigrette, that's spicy vinaigrette. And we're going to pour this over our salad so that the onions will be on top and the nice dressing will work its way down through all the green vegetables. Very colorful. It's really, really tasty, and I know we're all going to enjoy this. Now, because I have these tomatoes, I thought they'd make a good contrast to our green salad, so we simply put little half slices of tomato around our dish, and you can see how very festive and attractive and appealing this makes the whole green salad. All right, I will move that over to our table in a moment, but we need to come back to our sauce, which is thickening right nicely. And we have just enough time now to put our lasagna together. So let's put our nice salad on our table. We'll come back and assemble our lasagna. And for that, we're going to need a nice baking dish. This one is not too terribly deep. You could use a large, deeper one if you like, but I like this one. It gives me, oh, maybe 2, maybe 3 layers of the seafood. We'll see what we can get in here. Now, coming back to our lasagna, let's drain that. And bring that to the center here where we can work. We want to take then 3 pieces of lasagna and line the bottom of our pan. Now we oiled the bottom, or we buttered it, so that this lasagna won't stick when you go to serve it. It will be ready. And then we're going to need a little bit of the sauce, followed by our seafood mixture. So a little sauce spread over the bottom, over this layer of the lasagna. It's a lovely flavor. You have all the flavors of those seafood and the mushrooms and the wine. And then I had another spoon, but it's all going to go together anyway, so we'll put a layer of the seafood. That's the crab, the shrimp, and the scallop. All right, then we take a little bit of the ricotta cheese and make a layer. Spreading that around. It doesn't have to be thick. In fact, you don't want it too thick. You want to get quite a few layers of pasta in here so that you have something to hold the whole thing together and have the nice taste of the pasta. Again, another layer of the lasagna. If we have any broken spots, we simply take another little piece of lasagna and cover it. Again, a little sauce. Here it is. And then some more seafood. This is repetitious, I know, but it goes rather quickly. It's a great combination of tastes. And now a little bit of the ricotta. Let's see if we can't spread that around a little bit. Take a little more. And one more time, and then we'll have it finished. We make a layer of lasagna. We could put another layer of seafood, but time is not going to permit. Now, the one that we're going to use that's already been in the oven already had 3 layers. It's a little deeper than this. But it's repetitious, and you see how it's done. So we'll move all that aside. Now, the last thing we do, though, is take a little bit of the sauce and cover the top. This keeps that top layer from totally drying out in the oven. Also, the sauce forms a nice crust on the top, but you need one little ingredient, and then we can put this into the oven. And that's a little Parmesan cheese, or Romano cheese, whichever you prefer. a little bit. Now that's going to give it a nice brown color on top. This needs then to set onto a cookie sheet, and then we can put it in a 350-degree oven for 30 minutes, and we will have a beautiful seafood lasagna. So let's put this one in the oven. We'll come back to the other one we prepared earlier and use that in a moment. Now, we've already fixed our salad, and we've got our lasagna in the oven. We've got a minute or two to wait. So let's take a nice tomato and let's cut a rose. That would go nicely on our, very nicely on our salad. So with a sharp knife, we simply peel this tomato in continuous circle so that the skin comes off in one piece. So going around, it's very easy if you take it slowly, and it's important to have a reasonably sharp knife. Once we have it all off, we'll roll this back up to become a nice rose garnish. And since our our salad is garnished with those tomatoes, this will look even nicer. Now here we are, we have this whole string. So we simply turn the whole thing around, starting with the bottom end. We simply rewind it on itself just as it came off of the tomato. Keeping it tight, I just slipped, so let's go back and start over. We want to keep the skin fairly tight. Bring it around, and that should form a rose. One little piece slipped out here. There we are. We have a nice rose that we can put on top of our salad. So if we do that, we can do that, and on the way back, we can pick up our lasagna. Let's put our rose right on the center. As you can see, that really gives it a final garnish. Now, our lasagna has been 30 minutes in the oven, the one we started out earlier, and I'd like to bring that onto the center and show you that to you. How nice and brown and crispy. It has really become beautiful. Now, actually, this could rest for a few moments, and then taking a knife, preferably a serrated knife, we could then cut the lasagna to make it easy for serving. And make sure it's not stuck around the sides. We cut again where the other piece of lasagna was. And then we're going to do 1, 2, this would go into 4th, so let's see, I need to cut all the way through here. The top piece has formed a nice crust. It's hard to get out. Well, we can cut that afterwards. Let's go through this piece to see if I can get that. So we cut it into portions, and we have here 12 portions. So we cut this one now. That cheese has formed a nice crust with that sauce that we put on top, and it gives us nice servings that we can possibly use. I don't have, well, let's see, maybe I can. I don't have with me a pie server or a spatula, But let's put this on our table, along with that beautiful salad. And let's try using a spoon and see if I can serve up one portion. Ideally, a spatula would work well. Let's make sure this, let's see. Let me go to where I know it's cut through. Yeah, that's better. We can do that right on the front here. And we can then put one nice portion of the lasagna, the layers of the cheese, and the seafood. It's all very visible. It's very delicious. It's different. It's a change, a nice, clean, refreshing taste compared to the usual lasagna. Some French bread to go with that salad and the lovely dressing. I think we have a fantastic meal, and one that's not only flavorful but appeals to the eye. And of course, a little white wine and this bread to go along with it really accompanies everything so well. Hope you'll join me. A bientôt.
Bob Vila brings you more of This Old House next at 9:30.
Here's Speak Out.
Seniors Speak Out this morning at 10:30. This is KPBS Television San Diego, celebrating 20 years of TV worth watching.
The following program is made possible by grants from Pensacola Junior College, the Florida Department of Education, and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
Bonjour, mes amis, and welcome to Gourmet Cooking. Tonight we're going to do another real delightful Creole meal. We're going to do poulet au noir, and that's chicken with pecans. It's sautéed, and then it's braised in a nice sauce with delicious pecans on it. It's delicious. We'll have a little rice to accompany that and a little carrots for a little garnish. And then we're going to have haricot vert Creole, that is green beans with a little bit of a tomato or chili sauce and some ham. A real interesting dish. So it's a lot to do today, or tonight rather. We're going to proceed rather quickly. Now, we've started ahead a little bit because it takes so much time. Now, I'm only going to do half a recipe to save time tonight. I've already done a complete recipe, and it's in the oven and waiting for us at the end of the show. Now, to get ahead a little bit, I took a chicken, one chicken here. The recipe calls for 3 chickens, really. And I cut it up into 10 pieces, and we've done that many times on the show. And we have sautéed it or fried it in some bacon drippings, butter, and oil. The combination. And we left the bacon in the cooking medium. So I've still got the bacon here and the butter and oil. Let's finish the cooking. I brought those almost to the end, just so we could save a little time. So we'll finish the cooking on this and proceed with a number of our other ingredients that we're going to need for the show is over. All right, so we've got the chicken now cooking. That took about 15 minutes, 7 to 10 on each side. Now, we're also going to have some rice, and we need to get that going. I already have raw water boiling. salted water. We're going to put about 1.5 cups of rice. Stir it once, cover it, and when it comes back to the boil, we'll turn that down and cook that for about 18 minutes. So we've got the rice going. And for the green beans, we're going to need some bacon and some bacon drippings for this dish also. So while we're getting everything else ready, we'll turn these 1/4 pound of bacon cut in pieces, and we'll get that going so it'll be ready for us when we go to the beans. Now, let's go back to the center. For our chicken dish, we're also going to require some onion, and I've cut most of it to save some time. So we will simply cut. It calls for 2 large onions. I have 2 small ones here because we're doing a smaller portion. So we'll put that onion there. And our chicken now should be finished. We can remove that. Here's my spoon. We'll remove these pieces of chicken and come back to those in a few moments. Remember, all this is going to go in the oven for a good 40 minutes altogether. Let's stop one moment now, turn our rice fire down, stir it one more time to make sure it's not sticking, and we want to cook that now for 18 minutes. Continuing with our chicken, we have our hot bacon drippings, a little bit of butter and oil, and pieces of bacon in which we cook the chicken. And of course, there's some of the chicken drippings also. Lots and lots of flavor. So to that, we want to add our nice onions, and we'll saute those in the fats that we have with the bacon, and let those cook for a few minutes. Now, along with that, we're going to need, for this dish, several other things. We're going to need some green onions. So let's cut those. There was about 8 green onions there. We can scoop those up now and put those in this container until we're ready to use them. And we're also going to need now, in a moment, for our sauce to cook the chicken, we're going to need a cup of stock, in this case a half, because we're cutting the recipe. We need 2 cups of wine. We're going to use 1 cup in this particular recipe. We want to cook these onions very fine, or very well, that is, so they will develop their flavor and caramelize a little bit. We mix this, break up this bacon so it'll fry nicely, and we'll have the beginning of our Creole green beans. So we have our onions cooking, and we're going to add now our stock and our wine and deglaze the pan. Deglazing, of course, is the removal of all the nice brown parts that are stuck to the bottom. There's a lot of flavor there. So we deglaze the pan with a liquid, in this case the stock, and then we're going to use, in this case, a half a recipe calls for 1 cup of wine. We can salt and pepper this at this point. Now, we salt and peppered the chicken when we fried it, but we like to salt and pepper each element of a dish as we go to have the correct seasoning. Just a little salt, because that stock, of course, was a little salty. This will also require a bay leaf or 2, so we'll put 2 bay leaves in there. And we want to bring that to the boil and reduce that sauce a little bit. Oops, our bacon is almost burning here. Turn our fire down a little bit and let that bacon continue to cook. So we have our sauce going. It's going to take a minute or two for that to come to a boil, and then we want to reduce it by boiling it about 5 minutes. Now, we're also going to have with this a nice rice ring, a mold rather, and I wanted some carrots just to garnish and give us another taste dimension. So I already have some carrots, and I've already blanched these. These are cooked, really. They're ready to eat. They're a little crunchy, which is the way I like them, but they're cooked. Now, we just need to bring those to heat. So we're going to put those into a pot with a little butter, and we'll put a little salt and pepper, and let those cook on a low fire for about 10 minutes, just to heat them up. So we'll put a little salt. Let's stop a minute, though. Now, bacon is cooked. Let's move that off the stove there. Let's remove the bacon, leave the drippings. We'll come back to and use the bacon later in our green bean dish. So we have our bacon, which we'll put here. Now, we want to pour off all but about 1 tablespoon of the fat. All right. So we'll turn that fire down and let that sit until we're ready to come back to it. We put a little salt. Let's put a little pepper. We'll toss these and put them on a very low heat so they'll be ready when we're ready to garnish our rice. So putting those there, we'll cover them. They'll cook in that little bit of butter. We'll put those on simmer. Let's take this skillet off the fire. At the moment, it has just that 1 tablespoon of bacon fat. Now, this chicken dish also requires quite a bit of garlic. I have a whole head of garlic here, which I want to crush up and open up. And it gives me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, about 11 cloves. All right, that's about what we need. We're going to use all 11 cloves in this dish, and they'll go right into the sauce without benefit of skinning them. They'll cook nicely, and they'll be just delicious on French bread to accompany the chicken. Clean up a little bit. We can also add our green onions that we prepared for that. Turn those around. We need now to put a flavoring or a seasoning. Now, one of the ways to season a sauce without having all the seasonings end up in little pieces in your sauce is to make a bouquet garni. All right, that is a garnish or a flavoring made up usually of parsley, a little bit of thyme. In this case, I'm going to use rosemary. You could use a number of other things, but sage or some other thing, depending on what you're doing. And in order to retrieve it later, I'm going to put that in a little sack called a bouquet garni sack. How very clever. A little bouquet garni bag, which you can obtain at many of your little specialty stores, your kitchen shop stores. A little bit of rosemary and a little bit of thyme. If we had the fresh, we would take sprigs of those and tie them together. But since we don't, we simply put all of our spices into a little bag. A bouquet garni makes it easy to retrieve, and we put that into our sauce. Now, we can prepare our chicken dish starting out. Now, I'm using a small portion tonight. I'm simply going to take these nice pieces of chicken and place them around a casserole. And there's some nice drippings that came from that chicken. We'll just add that back into our sauce. We don't need this lettuce. It was only a garnish. A few pieces of bacon, we can add that to our sauce. Now, we can then cover our chicken with the sauce, the onions, put that little bouquet garni down in there, get the garlic all embedded down in the chicken, and this goes in the oven for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, we'll add some pecans and cook it another 20 minutes. So let's slip this into the oven, and we'll come back in less than 20, but normally you do it for 20 minutes. So now, retrieving our skillet, we want to take that 1 tablespoon of bacon fat, and again, get that hot, and I've got the fire up. We want now to add some green onions again. This time we'll cut them a little more coarsely than we did for the chicken dish. Put those aside there, and this requires 1 clove of garlic, and we have a nice large one, crushing it a little bit so that we can get the skin off. Come on, it's sticking to my fingers rather than coming off. Here we are. There's 1 piece. We broke it in half, taking our skins, putting those aside. Let's crush this garlic, and as we've seen many times, we'll just give it a good whack with the knife and chop it as fine as we want after that. So we have the garlic, and the oil is heating up. We need to add, the oil is hot, I should say. Let's add a little butter, and we want to saute our onions and our garlic. That fire was a little hot. I've turned it down, but that'll be just fine. And to that, we're going to add a cup of chili sauce, or half cup, rather, of chili sauce. You can use tomato sauce and add chili to it, or use the commercially prepared. This is the commercially prepared. So we're going to make a little bit of a light tomato sauce. Let's turn that down. It is down. Excuse me. So the onions and the chili are cooking together. And to that now we're going to need a little bit of boiled ham. In this case, about a half pound. And we need now to dice that. Take this fatty portion out. And turn around and turn these pieces around and dice those. And we'll add this ham now to our sauce. Tossing it all together. It's thickened up a little bit, so I'm going to thin it out. A little wine would never hurt it. Just a little bit of wine to thin out the sauce, because it cooked a little bit too much there. That's nice. And to that, we're going to add our nice green beans, which we blanched or boiled for about 10 minutes, so they're nice and tender and ready to go into the chili sauce Putting that aside, we'll toss the ham, the chili, and include the bacon that we cooked earlier. Need only a little salt and pepper. Let's do that now. Remember, our chicken is cooking in the oven, and it should cook for 20 minutes, and we'll add our pecans. Now, we'll have to imagine that the chicken I prepared on camera cooked 20 minutes, and we'll go to that in a moment. And we'll add the pecans, but we'll use the one that I prepared before the show started as our final dish. So, bring the heat up on this Creole beans. We will keep an eye on it and stir. Now, we need to take our rice, which should be about ready now. Let's throw away our debris here. Uncovering the rice and taking it to our colander in the sink. We want to drain it in the colander. Put a little water in the pot there and bring it back up. We're draining this with cold water to stop the cooking. Wash off some of the starch. And we'll set this over the pot again just to steam or heat up a little bit now. Turning our green beans. We'd better go to our chicken now and put our pecans. So we have some pecans. Takes about a cup. We're going to take 2/3 of those and chop them. Chop them coarsely. All right. Move those aside so we'll have place. Go to the oven now and retrieve the chicken that we prepared on camera, which of course is not totally cooked, but it will illustrate. We then take these pecans and spread them over, and using a spoon, work them down into the sauce so they'll cook more. This is going to cook another 20 minutes now. And we take the whole pecans that we have and simply spread them on the top, and they'll just cook nicely and toast and just be beautiful. This goes back in the oven for 20 minutes, and we'll retrieve the dish in a few moments that we prepared earlier to see how it really looks and tastes also. Turning our green beans. These should cook about 5 minutes or so in order to develop a little more flavor, or let the flavors join each other, and also to heat those green beans because they were pre-cooked and need to be, and were chilled, brought to room temperature, so they need to be reheated. Let's check our carrots, which seem to be doing nicely. They're nice and warm. There's a little steam coming from them. They're basking in that butter and the salt and pepper. So our carrots will be ready, our beans will be ready. So we need now to go to our rice. And again, I like to present our rice in a nice manner, so we're going to mold this rice as we do so often. So, taking our rice, putting it into our rice mold, or a mold rather. All right. Could add a little more to fill that mold, but this will make it just nice. Pack that down. Now I'm going to put that in the oven just for a minute or so to help it firm up. So we'll come back to that. That'll help it firm up and unmold very easily. Would have helped too if I had buttered that mold. So I think our green beans are ready. So let's serve those. We'll put those on this nice platter. We have now the ham, the bacon, the green beans, a little garlic, onion, and chili sauce. The fragrance is wonderful. The flavor is great. It's very Creole, very, very Creole. So we'll put now our Creole green beans on our table. And come back to our rice, which is in the oven. And taking our nice platter, so unmold that. There we are. And in order to make that even more attractive, we'll put our nice colorful carrots around the rice, which will be a nice accompaniment to the chicken and the green beans. It certainly is a colorful meal, and the taste will match the colors in variety, in strength. All right, a little too many carrots, so we'll hold those aside, and we'll use those in the kitchen or serve those as seconds later on. So, putting just a final little garnish on our parsley, we'll make a little green bouquet to set off the rice and the carrots. I think you'll agree that is very handsome, and it is very tasty. So putting our rice and carrots, we need once again to go to the oven. Need my 2 hot pads, and we retrieve our chicken. And this was cooking now for 20 minutes after the pecans, and it cooked for 20 minutes before the pecans. So we have our rice, our chicken, our pecans, and these lovely cloves of garlic. Let's take one of those aside, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Let's put our chicken in its liner. I don't think this needs any more garnish. We'll move over to the table in a moment, but let's take this one piece of garlic, which is fairly hot. But there's 2 ways to eat the garlic. You simply pick it up and pull the skin, or you take it, it's very soft. Take that and put it on a piece of French bread and mash it. It is delicious. Try it, and it's not very strong. All right, we go to the table with our final dish, which is our chicken, our pecan chicken. And we now sit down to enjoy this feast. So let's review quickly our pecan chicken braised and in a lovely sauce with beautiful pecans. It's delicious. Rice to accompany it, a little bit of a garnishing type of vegetable, the carrots, our Creole green beans with bacon and ham and onions and the chili sauce, a marvelous combination. Don't forget now, use some of that garlic, break off a piece of French bread and squeeze the garlic on it. You'll love it. A little bit of white wine always rounds out a meal. Hope you'll join me. A bientôt.
la douceur du temps nous fait des avances. Partez mes enfants, vous avez 20 ans, partez en vacances.
All of the recipes prepared on this program are included in Earl Peyroux's Gourmet Cooking Cookbooks, Volumes 1 and 2. To purchase Chef Peyroux's cookbook, please send $13.95 for a single volume or $26.50 for both volumes. To Gourmet Cooking, P.O. Box 1026, Pensacola, Florida. Zip code 32595.
The preceding program was made possible by grants from Pensacola Junior College, the Florida Department of Education, and the corporation.
Join us for American Playhouse Monday evening at 9 o'clock. Member-supported KPBS Television, San Diego.
The following program is made possible by grants from Pensacola Junior College, the Florida Department of Education, and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
Bonjour, mes amis, and welcome to Gourmet Cooking. We're going to do a couple of interesting things tonight, and I hope you'll enjoy them. We're going to take some nice chicken breasts, saute those, make a mushroom covering for it, and then wrap it up in phyllo dough and bake it. It's very interesting. It's called supreme de volaille en croûte. And then we're going to have with that a nice spinach salad with a little bit of tomatoes and a real interesting cream dressing. And then for a little bit of a third dish, we're going to have some nice fettuccine with a little bit of cream and butter sauce and little green peas to go with that. So there's quite a few things to do tonight, so we're going to move on. First of all, those of you that are following in the books, or both cookbooks, the Supreme de Volaille, that is the chicken breast, is on page 124, and the salad is on page 47, both in volume 2. So for those of you that are interested there. All right, we're going to have our fettuccine cooked, and that takes a few minutes, and then we have to do a few things with it afterwards. So we want to get that going. And because we like to have this thing run on time, we already have a pot of water boiling, salted boiling water, and I have some nice fettuccine. These are extra long fettuccine. They're all rolled up, but we'll put those into our salted water and stir and bring that water back to the boil, and then let it simmer for about 18 to 20 minutes it should take. We'll cover that to bring that boiling back real quickly. While we're here then, let's turn on this fire because we're going to have a little butter and oil to saute some chicken breasts. Now, we already have those chicken breasts boned out, and we're going to just do a few of these. I've already got a full recipe on the, in the oven. And because it takes a little while to do each of these, we're only going to do a few to illustrate the techniques. And after all, it's repetitious after that. So let's put this aside. We're going to take these nice 4 chicken breasts, the whole chicken breast. They've been boned out. You notice most all the fat has been cut off. We want to salt and pepper these. A little salt, a little black pepper. Let's stop a moment. Our pasta has boiled up, so stirring it once again, we'll leave it partially covered and turn the fire down just so that it simmers nicely for about 15 to the 18 minutes. Back to our chicken. We're going to put our pepper and salt on both sides. And these need to saute for about 2 minutes, 3 minutes on each side. They'll be cooked further in the oven in a 30-minute period of time in the phyllo dough. So, get our oil hot, our butter and oil hot, and we'll be able to start the sauteing. Now for this dish too, we're going to need a nice mixture of mushrooms and onions, some pecans, and some parsley, some garlic, all to make a nice filling to go with the chicken breasts. All right, we're going to need onions, so we've cut most of it, but let's cut this 1/2 that I have left. We want that cut in rather large pieces. It doesn't have to be real small or very, very fine. So we get our onion nicely prepared. And we're going to need some mushrooms. Now, these can be quartered or cut in pieces, or slices, as I'm doing here. We've got a few left. All right, that butter is sizzling. So let's take our 4 chicken breasts. Now, remember, this is about half of a recipe. You would normally either have 6 or 8 chicken breasts, giving you either 6 or 8 portions, depending. But we're only doing, again, half of the recipe tonight. Let's go back to our pasta. Take the lid off and make sure that's high. It's just boiling nicely. The water is rumbling, as you can see there. And in about 15 minutes, that nice fettuccine should be ready. So we have onions, and we have mushrooms, which we need to finish cutting up. And we're going to saute those chicken breasts and then remove those. And in the drippings, we're going to cook our onions and our mushrooms. Let's see, we've got them all, I think. All right, that'll take care of the mushrooms. We're going to need some pecans, some chopped pecans. We have those here, about 1/3 cup. We're going to need some parsley. So let's chop that. Stop a moment. Those chicken breasts are popping real fast. We'll give them another 30 seconds on that side and turn them. Remember, you're not going to necessarily complete the cooking at this time because they will cook further in the oven. All right, we have our chopped parsley. Put that back in this little container until we're ready to use that. Clean up the board. Stop and turn our chicken breast and cook the other side to brown it on that side. Beautiful color that they take with that nice browning there. All right, we're also going to need for this a little bit of garlic. So we're going to take our garlic and cut off the root end. Oh, that one peeled itself. Giving it a little whack. We'll peel this piece, and then we need to mash this garlic. And we have our garlic just about ready to go into. Now, chicken maybe could cook a little longer, but for right now we need to go on, and it's browned nicely on both sides. And as I say, the cooking will continue in the oven inside the phyllo dough. So now we're going to make the other part of this stuffed phyllo dough with the chicken breasts and the mushrooms and the onions. We want to saute these onions in the drippings with the butter and the little bit of oil we had, and our mushrooms. Now let's let those cook for a minute or two to give up their moisture and get nice and tender. So we mix that. And remember, we're going to use pecans, all chopped up, our parsley, and our garlic. We're also going to use just a little bit of flour. In fact, it's 1.5 tablespoons, and 1/3 cup of white wine to give us a binding for this sort of stuffing, you might call it. All right. While that's going on, we're going to have a salad to prepare. We've already got the nice spinach all clean and stemmed, almost. Here's a little stem I missed, and another. All right, we have our spinach. Let's make a rather interesting sauce to go on this. And that's going to consist of about 1/3 cup of white wine vinegar, about 1 tablespoon of Dijon mustard, and 1 tablespoon of nice fresh horseradish. Blend those together. We want then to work in, instead of olive oil, let's stop a moment though and check our mushrooms and onions, which are cooking nicely. Let them cook just a little bit more. And then we'll be ready to go to those. So into our vinegar and mustard and horseradish, we want to add 1 cup of heavy cream. All right, that's the basis for our dressing. We're going to need a little salt and a little black pepper. And we're going to add a couple of other ingredients. Put that garlic aside. Let's stop now and go back to this because it's about ready. We'll go back to our salad in a minute. Okay, to our nice mushrooms and onions, we add that little bit of flour. Mix that well, let it cook a few seconds. In other words, mixing with the oils in here, we're making a roux. And then to that, we add this nice 1/3 cup of white wine. I'm using a vermouth, which is a nice white wine. And to that, then, we're going to add our pecans, our parsley, and the garlic. So blending these together, we have one of the 2 major elements for our chicken dish. Now, we want this to cool enough a little bit, so we'll take it out of this hot skillet and let it sit for a minute until we're ready to wrap it with the chicken breast in the phyllo dough. Now, while we're here, let's start the butter melting with some nice green peas. These were frozen. They've just been defrosted. Let come to room temperature. And in a few moments, we'll have our pasta ready to join forces with that. Back to our salad, we're going to need to put a little parsley, so we can just add the parsley right into our cream and vinegar and mustard and horseradish. And we have a couple more ingredients, but we'll hold a moment and let's go back to our chicken dish, which is going to need our attention rather quickly because time will be on us and we will not have it done. Let's break this butter up so that these peas will cook in the butter. While we're here too, let's give it a little bit of salt and pepper and the black pepper. All right, now, here is a little tricky part, interesting part of this dish, and that's working with the phyllo or the Greek pastry. It comes in a package, usually frozen, and you let it come to room temperature, keeping it covered with a moist cloth as much as possible, and then opening it up, taking it out of the box. Have one leaf there sticking. We open it up and then find it's folded in half. You can usually find where it's folded. Or you have to pull back several times until you come to the center. Almost there. All right. Now, immediately, while you're working on this, you always want to keep a damp cloth over it. It dries so quickly, and when it does, you have a very difficult time working with it. Now, I'm melting some butter, and I'm going to take 1 leaf of the phyllo dough. Now, this one's torn, so we'll take it off and put it aside. Let me see if I can get a nice hold one. There we are. If it tears, it's no problem. You can patch it very easily. And when this rolls up, you won't even see the tears. There's a couple of pieces here stuck together, so we'll just patch that. And with our, here it is, we want then to butter this piece of dough. Turn the fire down on our peas. So we want now to butter this dough. And then we're going to sprinkle this with a little plain breadcrumbs. Oh, a good tablespoon, tablespoon and a half. And cover that with another sheet of the phyllo. Now, this is dried out so quickly, we need to cover it in between this, and I didn't do that last time. So, covering this sheet, ordinarily it comes out in whole sheets, much more easily. Now, here's what we need to do. We need to cover this with a damp cloth when you're not using it. It dries so quickly. But it's easy to work with because it patches real well, and it will make us a nice flaky dough. Now, you can use this same dough for many other things. Of course, this is the dough that's used to make baklava, the famous Greek dessert. But you can make strudels of all kinds, and anywhere you need a nice flaky dough. Turning our fire down, our peas are cooking in that butter. All right, now, taking a chicken breast, we lay it down about 3 or 4 inches from the bottom and in the center from both sides. Taking a nice large spoonful of our mushroom and onion and garlic and parsley mixture. We want then to take the sides of the dough, bring it over, cover the chicken breast with the dough, and then buttering again. We butter all the exposed part. And what we're doing is simply putting butter in between layers of this pastry. And by folding this one up, I have several layers of pastry with butter in between, and we continue to roll until we've made a nice package. Now, we would do that with all the chicken breasts, but that would take a little too much time now, but we've seen how it's done. It's not very difficult. All this can be done ahead, and in fact, this can be done, and it can be frozen at this point in time. However, we want to proceed with baking our chicken breasts in phyllo, and I already have 3 that I prepared ahead. And what they need now is a nice buttering on the outside, and this will go into a 350-degree oven for about 30 minutes, 25 to 30 minutes, Check your oven at the 25 and make sure that the dough is nice and brown and crispy. You don't want it to go too far and burn too much. So we'll slip these now into our oven and proceed with our noodles and then finish our salad. So we have it now in a 350 degree oven. Let's go to our noodles, our fettuccine. Take those to the sink. Put them in a colander and let them drain. And while we're waiting for that to drain, let's proceed with our peas and our butter. We want to add a cup of heavy cream and bring that to a boil. So turning the heat up high, we want this to reduce a little bit. And that will become our sauce for our fettuccine. Back to our salad, we have two other items to add to our salad. And that's going to be some nice green onions. So we add about 4, 5, or 6 nice green onions to our cream dressing. And then we take some really nice tomatoes. In this case, I'm using little plum tomatoes. I'm going to quarter those. If I were using larger tomatoes, I'd cut them in 1/8 or 1/16. You want a nice bite size. So we'll cut some of these tomatoes and add them right to our dressing. These little cherry tomatoes are just delightful. Their flavor is unique, and they're very, very attractive. And when all other tomatoes are out of season, these always seem to have flavor that the others seem to lack. Stop a moment. Our cream sauce is reducing a little bit. We want it to reduce just a little bit more. So let's put a few more tomatoes. Into our salad dressing. All right, one more here. And we can mix that with the onions and the dressing. Let's stop a moment. Come back to our salad in a moment. Let's go to our fettuccine, nicely cooked. We now add the fettuccine to our sauce. Let that cook together for about a minute. So tossing that fettuccine in the butter and the cream. We have some black pepper. We have the green peas, a little salt. That cream reduced a little bit, so it kind of thickened. So we'll let that get real nice and hot, but turn the heat down a little bit because it's high. Go back to our salad. And we'll just have to use this one. Put our salad dressing with the tomatoes, the green onions, the parsley, and the cream and the vinegar, the horseradish, the Dijon mustard. We'll put that over our spinach. It's a delightful flavor. You'll enjoy it. It's got a little bite because of the mustard and the horseradish, and the cream gives it a richness. It's delicious. I think you'll enjoy it. Let's take our noodles off the fire. They're ready to be served, but let's put our salad on our table. So we have our spinach salad with our horseradish and Dijon mustard cream dressing. And we want now to serve our noodles, which are just beautiful and flavorful. the long fettuccine noodles with the cream and butter, salt and pepper, and a few green peas. Makes a fantastic pasta dish. Very simple. Let's place that on our table, and then we'll serve our chicken. Now, we can stop on the way. No, I need to get a nice towel. We have to go to the oven and remove the nice chicken breast that I had done before we started the show. And you can see how really lovely they come out. Nice and crisp and crunchy. We can lay those on our serving plate. Now, I have 8 here, which would be 1 serving for each person. You can see, or maybe you can hear, how crunchy the dough is. And that lovely filling on the inside, the mushrooms and the onions with the little sauce is really quite beautiful. We can use just a little piece of lime on each one for a color garnish, a piece of lemon if we had it, and maybe a couple of pieces of this parsley just for a little color contrast. And we can place our chicken dish on our table. So we have our supreme de volaille chicken breasts en croûte in a pastry crust, using the Greek phyllo pastry. We have a nice fettuccine, something like an Alfredo. That is fettuccine with cream and butter and salt and pepper. And, of course, a beautiful spinach salad with a cream and horseradish dressing. Delicious. I know we're going to enjoy this, along with a nice little French bread and some white wine. We'll round out this really scrumptious meal. Hope you'll join me. A bientôt.
La douceur du temps nous fait des avances. Partez, mes enfants.
All of the recipes prepared on this program are included in Earl Peyroux's Gourmet Cooking Cookbooks, Volumes 1 and 2. To purchase Chef Peyroux's cookbook, please send $13.95 for a single volume or $26.50 for both volumes. To Gourmet Cooking, P.O. Box 1026, Pensacola, Florida. Zip code
ragu of shrimp, or shrimp stew. And that's made with the shrimp, some bell pepper, onions and celery, and just a lot of nice seasonings. That's accompanied by a nice white rice, and then we'll have an interesting salad. It'll be a green bean salad, haricot vert, with red onion and some other nice seasoning. And then just we'll have a little bit of sauteed zucchini to round out our meal. For those of you that are interested, the ragu of shrimp is on page 87 in volume 2, and the green bean salad is on page 50. The recipe for the zucchini is simply sauteing in butter, and it's not in either book. It's just a simple dish that we do on camera. So let's move on. The first thing we're going to do is get our green beans going because they need to blanch, and then we need to refresh those in cold water. So we have most of them prepared, but again, we've done this, excuse me, on camera several times using our little gadget that cuts it into French style. So taking the green bean, we cut off the end, there's a little blade on the end of this gadget, and we run the bean through this. Let's try the other end, it's a little firmer, yes. We run it through, and there are some blades inside this green bean, a French cutter, and as we pull the bean through, it cuts it into thin strips and takes the string off the side. Let's do that with another bean. Let's take the ends off, this stem end and the little blossom end, then shoving that through slowly. I'm doing it slowly so you can see. You get the string coming off the side, and the bean is cut into 3 pieces. It's an interesting gadget. It certainly saves a lot of time. And, of course, when you're doing this without trying to explain it, it goes rather quickly. You just run them through. So we have our green beans now all cut into French style. And those need to go into some boiling salted water, which we have on the stove. So let's move over there and put our beans in the boiling salted water to blanch them. So we put our beans in the water with the salt. We'll keep an eye on those. We want them to come back to the boil and cook for about 5 minutes. That would be blanching. That would just barely cook them so that they are crisp and crunchy, but still, cooked, you know, just delightful. We'll come back to those in a few minutes. So we're going to need this bowl. So let me rinse it out right now. We'll put it here. We'll come back to that in a moment. We're also going to need some white rice, boiled rice, and of course, that again takes about 18 minutes. So we need to start that going. And we also have water, salted water, boiling already. So we pour in our rice. And when it comes back to the boil, stir it very well now. When it comes back to the boil, we will turn the heat down to just simmer and let that cook for 18 minutes. So those 2 ingredients will be ready for us when we need them. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and start our shrimp dish. Now that requires some onion and some celery, and that has to cook for a while. So I've already got a little oil in this skillet. We're going to add a little butter and let that come up to heat. In the meantime, let's take our onion. We're going to need 2 cups of onion, and we want to cut that in kind of a large dice. Doesn't have to be too fine. So that would give us now our 2 cups of onion, and we're going to need 2 cups of celery. So I have some celery already cut. Taking these long pieces, I cut those in little, leaving them attached at one end so that they're easy to handle. We cut those in julienne strips and then cut the celery into nice dice. So we have about 2 cups of each of those. Those have to cook for a while in the butter and the oil. It's not quite hot enough, but we'll go ahead and start anyway. We'll start with our onions. Move those around in the butter. Let's stop a minute, come back to our rice. It has come to the boil. That needs to stir, and we turn the fire down to a simmer. So we stir that rice to make sure it's not stuck together, that is grain for grain. And we'll cover that and put it on the simmer for 18 minutes, and that rice should be nice and ready. Now, in the meantime, we'll start our onions in the butter, and we add the celery. Put these away. Now these 2 need to cook until the onions are brown. That takes a good while, about 15 minutes. But we'll come back to that in a minute. Now that we've got the onions and the celery all nicely blended in the oil and butter, we'll come back to that and pick up the dish as we go along. We're going to need for this dish also some nice shrimp, and we have here most of the shrimp peeled. I have two that still need to be peeled, so we'll just peel those. This is easier done under the water at the sink. But shelling our shrimp, we have now about 3.5 cups, maybe 4 cups of shrimp. That represents about 2.5 pounds of head-on shrimp. Now, the head-on shrimp, why? Because before we started the show, we took the heads off the shrimp and we cooked those. Why would you cook heads of shrimp? We want to make a stock. So we have in here onion, celery, the heads, some of the shells that came off of the tail portion, salt and pepper, and we cooked that for about a half hour, boiling, and we made a nice stock, and that'll be one of the ingredients for our shrimp dish. Another item we're going to need is some bell pepper, and we'll come back to that in a moment. Now let's go back to our onions. Since that takes about 15 minutes to 20 minutes for this to brown, and we don't have that time on the show, let me just swap some that I've already done, and we can proceed from there. As you can see in this pot, these have been cooked for the 15 or 20 minutes. That's the same amount of celery and onions as we had a minute ago, and you can see they're browned nicely and have come to a nice color. We're going to need for this dish too, we'll let that warm up a little bit since it was sitting on the side, some nice bell pepper. Incidentally, I was lucky enough to find some very interesting bell pepper in the market today. We have our usual green bell pepper, which we're all familiar with, and we've seen the red many times. We've been able to buy that nice and sweet. That's nothing more than an older green pepper. It just matured on the vine. But what we don't often see in our community, and you see once in a while, is the yellow. And it's just another one of the peppers, but the color combination is absolutely delightful. They could be interchanged. So for tonight's dish, since they were available, I thought it'd be fun to use the 3 colors of bell pepper for this dish. So we need about a cup and a half of bell pepper, which we want then to chop. All right. So now that that's come back up to heat, remember this is cooked for about 15 to 20 minutes. The onions are wilted, as they say sometimes in recipes, or they're browned. They're caramelized is what they're doing. They get nice and sweet. And we add to that our bell pepper, a colorful bell pepper. And we'll let that cook for 2 or 3 minutes while we take a little garlic. We need 2 nice cloves of garlic. So we peel the garlic, as we've done many times on this show. By tapping it lightly, the garlic pods come loose from the skin. So, crushing the garlic, we give it a good whack with our knife, and we have crushed garlic. Very fast, and if we need it chopped further, we can then do that. Picking it up with our trusty knife here, we add that to our vegetables. It's fragrant and certainly colorful. We're going to need a little salt and pepper in a moment, and we're going to need some tomato paste. We need about 6 ounces, which is this whole can. This is a 6-ounce can of tomato paste. We want to blend that now with the fats and the juices from the vegetables. A little salt and a little pepper. And at this point, we're going to put in our nice raw shrimp and blend those and start those cooking. Beautiful shrimp, and they're going to give us a nice flavor. Remember, they're going to throw off some liquid in the cooking process, and then we're going to add some of that lovely shrimp stock which we made earlier, a nice seasoned liquid. In the event that you don't have the shrimp heads, or you're not inclined to use them, you can certainly use water, or you could use bottled clam juice. But it's very nice to have the stock handy. Now we're going to let those cook for a few minutes. Put our lemon slices aside. Let's take that stock. We need about 1.5 cups or 1 3/4 cups, and I want to strain that. All right, I have most of the stock that I need, so I'll just put that aside. The shrimp now are beginning to turn pink. So adding our stock to the tomato paste, the aromatic vegetables, the garlic, the salt, the pepper, we want to let this cook for about 10 minutes, and we'll add a couple of final ingredients. These shrimp will cook in less than 5 minutes, 7 minutes, once this gets nice and hot. So we have our shrimp stew on its way. Let's now come back to the center here, and, excuse me, let's go over to the stove. Let's move a few things off. We no longer need the stock. I feel now our green beans should be ready. I need this spoon. Let's try those. Oh yes, I can tell already, but let's taste them. Perfect, couldn't be better. Let's take them off the stove and drain those in a colander, which I have here. I need to put it in the sink. We'll drain the green beans and refresh them in cold water to stop the cooking and to preserve their color. So lots of cold water. Move the beans around. All right, we'll let those drain. And we now have our rice back here. Let's check that. It's boiling nicely. I can give it one more stir. It needs a few more minutes to go. Let me transfer this stew to the back burner so we can move another pot up front where we can see it. Let's turn our stew. We want that to simmer, so we'll move that around. And let's get us a 1/4 pound of butter going, and we're going to do a little bit of zucchini. This is a very simple dish, and in fact there's no recipe in the book for it because it's just a simple way to fix a nice vegetable. We have these nice zucchini. You want to, of course, select the smaller ones for this particular dish and for most dishes because they are the most tender and they are not pulpy. Some of the larger ones would be rather pulpy. So cutting these in about 1/4 inch rounds. Oops, that one's cut too thick. We want then to take the butter is almost melted. We can then place the zucchini in the melted butter. Tossing the zucchini in the butter, we'll saute those for about 5 minutes. Let's look at our stew. It's perking away just nicely. Those shrimp are cooking extremely well. And we can add a little bit of salt at this point. and some black pepper. This is large cracked pepper. I like it because it gives a nice color combination as well as the flavor. Turning our fire down on our salad. Let's come back to our stew. Let's come to our salad and take the green beans. Let's take this bowl. We had the beans in and wipe out any excess water. We have these nice green beans now that were all cooked, and you can see we preserved the color by refreshing them as we drain them. We're also going to need some red onion, and we slice that so that it too is in little strings like the green beans. We break that up, and we'll add that to the green beans. That is 1 cup of onion. Again, let's toss our zucchini in the butter so that all of the zucchini has the advantage of the flavors and the heat. In the meantime, let's take our rice, which is about ready. And we will drain our rice. And we're going to wash this rice with hot water. And let it drain for a minute or two until we're about ready for it. The zucchini slices are sauteing nicely. We're going to add a spice to that as well as a little parsley, so let's get that ready. So coming back to our green beans and our onions, we want to blend those. The two colors are just delightful. Color contrast and flavors. Now this needs a dressing, and that will be a nice vinaigrette, which will consist of some paprika, about a good tablespoon of paprika, a clove of garlic, which we also want to mash. Adding that to our paprika, we're going to take a little vinegar, about 1/3 cup of vinegar. Let's stop a moment. Tossing our zucchini, making sure that the ones on the bottom, which are, some of them are browning, which is just nice. Let's take our 1/3 cup of vinegar. Some pepper. And salt. And to that we're going to add, here's my little fork, we're going to add the about 2/3 cup of olive oil. That paprika giving us a nice red color and a lovely flavor that paprika has, paprika being a very mild pepper. We can then pour that over our green beans and onions, and ideally this would marinate in the refrigerator overnight or for maybe 12 hours. But we're going to serve it tonight just as it is. So coming back to our zucchini, they have sauteed nicely. We're going to sprinkle a little bit of dill weed, which is a nice flavoring for those. Take a little bit of our parsley and chop that. And we'll add that to the dill and the zucchini, the butter, and tossing all that. Turning our fire down for a moment. We'll let those seasonings blend a little bit and stay on the heat a second or two. And this will give us a nice green vegetable to go with the rest of our meal. So let's take our salad and place it on the table. We have our green bean salad with the red onions, and we're going to take the zucchini, and it's ready now. We'll place that in this nice white oval, this round dish. And just for a little bit of a garnish, we'll place these 4 little lemon slices on the dish. Placing this on our table, we now need to serve our rice. And let's see, it's in the colander. Let's just see if we can't turn it over. It may mold and it may not, more or less. But at least it was an easy way to put it into the... So let's just move it around and put a little bit of celery on top for a little color contrast. So we have our rice to go with our beautiful shrimp dish, which we can now serve. So bringing that over to the center, we have now a nice stew. Our sauce has thickened somewhat. It should be thick enough so that when you push it across the back of the spoon, it leaves a mark. All right. So we place our stew in a nice serving bowl. Placing this on aside, turning off all burners. Let's take our, afraid it's going to be a little hot, so we'll take our nice dish to the table to complete our meal. So we now have completed our meal, our shrimp ragu, or a shrimp stew with a nice boiled rice to accompany it, to drink up those this lovely gravies and sauce. Our green bean salad with red onions and a vinaigrette dressing, along with the zucchini and a nice little seasoning of dill weed and parsley. French bread to help with those sauces, a little white wine to really make this meal wonderful and aid digestion. And we really have a great meal, a Creole meal, a Cajun meal, if you will, one that I will enjoy. I hope you'll enjoy it, try and enjoy it with me. A bientôt.
dans la douceur du temps.
All of the recipes prepared on this program are included in Earl Peyroux's Gourmet Cooking Cookbooks, Volumes 1 and 2. To purchase Chef Peyroux's cookbook, please send $13.95 for a single volume or $26.50 for both volumes. To Gourmet Cooking, P.O.
Bonjour, mes amis, and welcome to Gourmet Cooking. Tonight we're going to try a couple of interesting things. Hope you'll enjoy them. We're going to try a turkey breast, but we're going to cut it in little thin slices, the raw meat, like little scallops, just as though it was veal. And we're going to bake that in the oven with a lot of seasonings. It's a very interesting dish, and it's called a scallop de dinde au four, or baked turkey scallops. And with that, we're going to have a soup, a Portuguese soup, or soup portuguese. It's interesting in that it's cabbage and potatoes cooked together. It's really interesting, and I think you'll enjoy that. To round out our meal, we'll have a little broccoli and cauliflower, just braised a little bit, and blanched rather, and then cooked with a little bit of butter and salt and pepper. Just a nice, colorful vegetable to round out our meal. So, our scallop dish, the turkey scallops, is on page 127 of Volume 2. The soup is in Volume 2 also, and unfortunately I didn't write the page number down, but it's in the soup section in Volume 2. So let's move along. Let's get several things going. We're going to need some noodles to go along with our scallops because it has a nice little sauce that develops in the cooking process. So let's get those going, and I have some water all boiling. We'll put that. We'll add the noodles to our boiling water, stir them around, and let them come back to the boil. Now, I need to get some salt to put in that. We need to salt our water a little. So we'll get our noodles going, and our vegetables too. It's our broccoli and there we go, our cauliflower. So we have some boiling water. Let's take our cauliflower first. It takes longest to cook. We need a little salt in this water. And we'll put our cauliflower in first and let that cook for about 5 minutes. And we'll come back to that to add our broccoli, our broccoli a little bit later. But let's look at that broccoli right now. I have most of it cut, and I have some of the stems. Now, the stems are a very flavorful part. These two we've already peeled. Let's peel this one quickly. It's rather easy, because if you start at the bottom end, you can pull the skin off, and you have the nice tender flesh. And the stem is very flavorful, and in fact, it's the part of the broccoli I like best. But you peel the stem, and you have a nice tender flesh of the broccoli. Now, this takes a little longer than the florets to cook, so we ought to put those in now with the cauliflower. And we will add the florets of the broccoli a little later so that they will be cooking at the right temperature or the right time. So let's put that into our vegetable dish. Having trouble with this makeshift lid. All right, we can add the stems to our cauliflower that is getting a blanching. The water needs to come to a boil, and I need to cover this lightly and to bring that water back to a boil. All right, so we'll put this broccoli aside and come back to it. Now we have our noodles going and our vegetables blanching, so let's go to the soup. Let's talk about that a minute. That was nothing more than potato and I've been boiling those already. I cleaned 6 potatoes, peeled them, cut them in pieces, put them in water, salted water, along with 3 cloves of garlic. And they have been cooking for about 20 minutes, and they are ready now. I wanted to save a little time. Let's bring our potatoes over on the center so that we can now drain those and mash the potatoes. So we have our potatoes in the water that have been boiling for about 15 minutes, and the water that they were boiling in. That was 6 potatoes and about 6 cups of water. So let's drain the potatoes. And we can put the water back into the pot and put it back onto the heat while we mash the potatoes. So we have the boiling liquid, which we'll put back onto heat. And using a ricer, we will rice or mash our potatoes. Now, we've used this before. It's a wonderful gadget. We simply take these boiled potatoes, and of course, remember, there are 3 cloves of garlic in here, too, that we're going to mash or rice, as the technique is called. Take the little string, but we'll rice the potatoes. Let's get the rest of them. And this will be added back to the water in which they were boiled. And we'll cook some more and form a nice thick soup. However, we have another major ingredient to add, and that's going to be some nice green cabbage. So we rice our potatoes. Make one more pass with the ricer, and we should have our potatoes, at least most of them, all we'll need anyway. So, we have our riced potatoes. There's a few left in the colander, but we can live without those. We can add this back to the cooking liquid. Stirring well. We'll add the other ingredient that we need. Cleaning up our board a little bit. We'll take this nice cabbage. Now, it takes about a half a head of a medium-sized cabbage, and I have most of that shredded already, so let's just shred the rest. We'll take our cabbage and add it to our potato and the water. And the salt in here. This will cook for about 15 to 20 minutes to give us our Portuguese soup. It's delightful flavor. We'll come back to that shortly. Cleaning up the board a little more. Let's stop now and put our broccoli in with the cauliflower. Here's a towel. We'll add the broccoli florets now to the cauliflower water and the broccoli stems, and give those a few minutes boiling time. Now, we're going to go to our turkey, and for that we're going to need, first of all, a little butter in a skillet with some nice aromatic vegetables. We have some onion cut. Need 1½ or 2 onions, depending on their size, more or less according to your own taste. All right, we have our onion, our white onion, and we're also going to use 3 nice green onions. Stop a moment. Move that butter around in the skillet so it'll melt. Coming back to our onion. So we have our nice green onion. We're also going to use 2 or 3 nice cloves of garlic. We have 1, 2. These are very small cloves, so we're going to use 4. And as we've done many times, we tap them lightly to free the flesh from the skin. It makes peeling garlic very easy. And since this needs to be crushed, we're going to use our knife to crush each one. With a real hard bang, we have crushed our garlic. Scraping it all up, we chop it, and we have 3 vegetables that are of an aromatic variety, and we add the 4th, which is parsley. All right, now let's take our onions, put those in our nice hot butter, and saute those a little bit. And to that, we want to add now our green onions, the garlic, and parsley. So we saute those a few moments in the butter. Clear up our board a little bit. I've got a little well here which will hold these excess pieces. So while the vegetables are sauteing, let's take this turkey breast, which we have here. Now, this turkey breast is very, very cold. It was almost frozen as we started the show. Now, it might thaw out fairly fast because of the lights, but you want it as cold as you can because it's a lot easier to cut the flesh when it's very, very cold. Right now, we want to take off this skin. And that's simply a matter of tugging and pulling. There is no other way, and yet it's not difficult. So we take this excess skin. Now, taking our knife, we want to cut scallops. So we cut across the grain. That's a little piece there. But we cut what would be scallops. It almost looks like veal when it's cut. So we want about 8 nice cutlets off this chicken breast. All right, let's get a couple more. Now, I've already prepared the dish, and it's in the oven. So we're just going to go through the motions and do some of it so that we'll have a feeling for what the dish is supposed to be and how it's supposed to look. And then we will use the one that we've got in the oven. Now, we can put this aside since we no longer need it. Excuse me. And let's salt and pepper these slices of turkey. Let's go to our fire's a little high and we were not paying attention. We need now to add the other 4 tablespoons of butter. And we need with this a little pepper. We can add some pepper and some salt and a little thyme to our mixture, our vegetable mixture. A little bit of salt. All right, that butter's melted. These vegetables are nicely cooked. Just take them off heat, turn that fire down, and we'll place these scallops in the aromatic vegetables and toss them so that they're completely coated with the butter and the vegetables and the seasonings. Now, let's let that set a minute while we take care of a number of other items. Let's go back to our soup. It's boiling a little too rapidly. Let's turn it down. Our noodles are about ready, and so are our vegetables. So let's first take our vegetables, and we'll drain those in the colander, in the sink. Let's put this aside. And we'll let our vegetables drain a little bit. Put this lid aside. We're also going to need to drain our noodles. And we need this colander, which happens to have potatoes in it at the moment. So let's rinse that out. And we will drain our noodles. All right. Now, coming back to our turkey dish, we want to take an oven-proof dish and take these slices of turkey breast, which are now coated with the butter and the thyme and the salt and pepper and the onion and the garlic and the parsley, and we make a layer of them in our baking dish. And then we pour over that the remaining onions, garlic, and the aromatic vegetables and seasonings. And the final thing is a cup of white wine, and this is the same wine we'll be drinking at table. So we're going to pour a cup. Now, I'm not going to pour a whole cup because this is not a complete order. It's about a little more than half. But we put our nice wine, move it around so that the vegetables and the wine and the seasonings all come together. We go to our oven, and we place this in a 350-degree oven for 30 minutes. So let's place this in the oven. And we'll come back to that when we're ready. Clearing up our board a little bit, let's take our vegetable dish. We have now our broccoli and our cauliflower, both of which have been blanched just nicely. So let's take and arrange these in such a way that they'll be not only attractive, but very eye-appealing and tasty as well. Now, we're going to take a little bit of the green first and lay it in with the florets down. See one more piece over here. And then we'll take and put a row of cauliflower so that the nice florets face the outside. These are hot, but our trusty fork makes it easy to handle them. All right, so we make a nice large row of the cauliflower, rather the broccoli. Excuse me, this is the cauliflower. So we get a nice thick border of the cauliflower, and then we take some of the stems and some of the pieces, and we fill the center, the stems of the broccoli and the cauliflower, pieces, small pieces. We want to fill the center. And then we take, we have to move along because this is going to run out of time on this, and I really want this to look pretty. While we're waiting for that, let's take some butter, which we have here. We want it melted and nice and hot. We're going to add some flavorings to that, and that's going to add to our vegetable dish. All right, what I wanted was a row of the broccoli on the bottom, and we'll fill the center with the odd pieces that we have. Then taking a dish, we squeeze this down, shape it, and we'll put that into our oven for about 5 minutes. So we've got our vegetable dish on its way. Need now only to make a nice garnish for it. Now, to our butter, going to add a couple of pieces of garlic. Doesn't need a lot, but we need a little bit of garlic. We'll add that. We'll add just a little bit of parsley that needs chopping. And we'll add this nice pimento with the olive oil that came with it. We blend that together and let that get nice and hot. In the meantime, let's take our noodles. I need to get our serving dish, which I failed to put out, and place our noodles in the dish. Nice broad noodles that need only a little bit of butter and a touch of black pepper to bring out that really wonderful flavor. So let's place our noodles on our table. Come back. Let's take our soup. And serve our soup, which is now the cabbage and the potatoes all mashed up in the water with the salt. It's a delightful broth, and the wonderful flavor of cabbage really comes through. So we'll put our soup on the table, and we then have only the other two dishes to serve, and that should go rather quickly. So we have our soup. Let's put this back on. So let's put our soup. It's probably a little hot, so I'm going to take the two towels and put the soup on the table. Let's stop and take our potatoes, rather our broccoli and cauliflower, and let's see if we can unmold this. Mold it nicely. Now to get the mold dish up and away. I think you'll agree that's very colorful. And now for our flavoring for this, we have the butter, the olive oil, the pimento, parsley, a little garlic, a little salt and pepper. We'll put the extra pimento around the edge, and as we go into the cauliflower and the broccoli, it'll give us a nice additional flavoring, colorful dish. Let's take it to the table, come back and get our turkey. Which again is in the oven. Taking that on center here, closing our oven. You can see that the turkey scallops have cooked nicely, and they've developed a lovely sauce or juice, which will be just perfect with the noodles. So we put our meal together. Let's go to the table and quickly review and then enjoy it. So we have our turkey breast scallops baked in the oven with a little wine sauce, lots of aromatic vegetables, our cauliflower and broccoli vegetable dish garnished with pimento, some noodles to go along with this wonderful sauce, our Portuguese soup, which of course will be a first course, cabbage and potato soup, French bread, a little white wine, and we have rounded out a rather interesting meal. I know we'll enjoy it, and I hope you will join me. A bientôt.
All of the recipes prepared on this program are included in Earl Peyroux's Gourmet Cooking Cookbooks, Volumes 1 and 2. To purchase Chef Peyroux's cookbook, please send $13.95 for a single volume or $26.50 for both volumes. To Gourmet Cooking, P.O. Box 1026, Pensacola, Florida, zip code 32595.
The preceding program.
Bonjour, mes amis, and welcome to Gourmet Cooking once again. We're going to do a couple of dishes tonight that should please you, and I know it'll please me and the people that eat here every time we do a show. We're going to have a nice pork dish. It's called escalope de porc gratiné. Nice fillets of scallops. That's the loin portion without the bone. We're going to saute those, add some mushrooms, and then put a little cheese on top and run that in the oven to do a gratiné type of dish. Then we're going to do also a velouté d'oignon, or an onion soup, a cream of onion soup. Now, this isn't the typical French onion soup, which is made with beef stock. This is a cream of onion soup. Has milk and other nice ingredients. It's a nice variation on an onion soup. And just to go with our pork, we have some leftover noodles, so we're going to do something with those. We're going to put those in a skillet and maybe fry them a little bit, just to add to our menu tonight. So, for those of you that are interested, the pork dish, the escalope de porc gratiné, is on page 106 in volume 2, and the velouté d'oignon, or the cream of onion soup, is on page 68 in volume 2. The noodle dish is not in any book. It's just a simple thing using leftovers and a little butter in a skillet. And we'll go over that shortly. All right, there's a number of things to do, so we need to move along. We're going to go with our onion thing first, because that takes a little while. We've already started that because it takes more time than we have on camera. But what we're going to need are, first, for onion soup, we obviously going to need some onions. And we want to cut those in little semicircles. So we cut the onion in half, and then cut the onion so that we have these nice little pieces of onion in semicircles. Now, for the whole dish, we need 4 cups of onions. Now, I'm only going to go through the motions here because we've already done this much of it. Now, let's go over to the pot on the stove, and we'll see what we've done earlier. For the onion soup, we took these onions that we just chopped, and we put them into a pot with 4 tablespoons of butter, 4 cups of onions, and 4 tablespoons of butter. And we cooked that slowly on a very low fire, like a simmer, or a little above simmer, covered for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, we took the cover off, and we continued to cook this for about 20 minutes. And as you can see in this pot, what has happened is the first 15 minutes, the onions gave off a lot of their juices. You might, sometimes that's referred to as causing the vegetable to sweat or to give off its juices. And then the second 15 minutes or 20 minutes, we cook the onions so that they caramelize. What you see here as they turn brown, that's the natural sugar in the onions caramelizing. And these are really now very nice and sweet. So that's where we've come so far. So let's review quickly. We have 4 cups of onions, 4 tablespoons of butter. Cook 15 minutes covered, 20 minutes uncovered. We cause the vegetable to sweat, and then we caramelize the onions by cooking them very slowly for about 20 minutes. Now we've got the heat on. We're going to let that come back up to heat, and we'll continue with the soup. In the meantime, we're going to need to saute our nice pork chops. So we have here a tablespoon of butter and a tablespoon of oil, so that butter won't burn while we saute. And we have some nice fillets of pork. Nice parts of the loin, the bone off the pork chop, what we normally call a pork chop, has been removed, and we have what's left is the nice fillet. So we want to put a little pepper. We'll salt these later. And as soon as that comes up to heat, we can start sauteing those. Let's go back to our onions. Now we need to take these onions, which are coming back up to heat. We need to add a little flour. That's a half cup of flour. We want to mix that with the onions and the butter, and therefore making us little roux. We cook that flour a minute or two and prepare it to receive the liquids that are going to go into this soup. Now, that's coming up to heat. We could cook that flour a little longer, but for the sake of time, we'll proceed. We're going to add 2 cups of a nice chicken stock. And bring that back up to heat, and then we'll proceed with the other ingredients for this cream of onions soup. So let's get that nicely blended, the flour in the chicken stock with the onions, and let that come back up to heat. In the meantime, our butter and oil have been simmering over here and are hot enough now. Let's put our chops in. We want to brown these about 4 minutes on each side. And then we'll go to the other ingredients for this nice pork dish. Let's take that little piece of lemon out. That's not part of the recipe. Another piece. All right, I think I can fit all these in the pan. Yeah, we'll get them in. Now, we'll watch these and cook those about 4 minutes on each side. In the meantime, our soup has, our chicken stock has come up to high heat. Now, the other ingredient we're going to need for this soup is a quart of milk, or 4 cups of milk, and we brought that to the boiling point, and 3 potatoes that have been boiled and then mashed. So we'll add those now to the milk, blending the potatoes into the milk. And blend those well with the milk. And we'll add the potato and milk mixture to the onions and the beef stock, or rather chicken stock. Putting that aside, blend this together, and we're going to let this come to a simmer for 12 to 15 minutes. And then we'll garnish our soup with just a little parsley at the end. We need a little salt and pepper, though. Let's get our pepper and salt, which happens to be way at the other end of the counter here. With all that potato and the milk, we need to add some pepper, white pepper if you have it, although this fairly fine black pepper is just fine, and a little bit of salt. And we'll let that soup come to a simmer and simmer for 15 minutes. Looks delicious already. Get that pepper blended in there. There we are. Now I think our chops are about ready to turn. Yep, that's browned just nicely. That one did. We want to cook these, but we don't want to overcook them either. They'll dry out and be tough and unpleasant. Pork should be cooked well enough, but should have a little bit of juiciness and tenderness. Now, we're a little bit off the fire here, so one side's cooking a little bit. So we'll turn it around so that the whole skillet will get hot. Putting up. Now, for the same pork dish, we're going to need some onions. Let's stop a minute, they'll go to our soup. It's bubbling a little bit too much. We want it just to simmer. Let's give it another stir and turn the heat down so that it'll just simmer. It's come up to the boil now. We'll turn it down to simmer and let that cook for another 10 minutes or so. In the meantime, our chops will be cooking, and we'll get our mushrooms ready. We have a pound of mushrooms, and we're going to have to saute these. We're going to cut these few that I have left. All right. Now, I think our chops are about ready. So we're going to take an oven-proof dish and take our chops and put them on the platter while we proceed with the mushroom portion of this dish. Although that looks like this could use a little more browning, let's turn that over. And this one too. So we set this aside until these other chops are ready. Give them another minute or so. They were on the outer edge and it wasn't quite on the heat. That's good. So we have these nice pork chops. They browned and they're juicy. We're going to put those on this serving platter. Turn our heat down a little bit. And take our mushrooms and add them to the butter and the drippings and saute those. Tossing them well in the fat. We want this mushrooms to be coated well. Now they're going to throw off some of their liquid, although it looks like we could use just a touch of butter to these mushrooms. So they have a little bit of liquid, yes, to cook in. So these are on a rather high heat at the moment. We'll let those cook a little bit and get our dish ready. We're going to put the mushrooms with the pork chops and have a little sauce to make with the rest of the fine, that's just doing nicely. Now, we're going to have another dish, and it's nothing more than some noodles. We had some noodles left over, and I hate to throw things away, so I said, what are we going to do? We need another dish to go with the pork, and I have the noodles, so we're going to take these noodles. They were boiled, and they were left over. They're warm right now. Not hot, but just warm. And we want to take a nice skillet. We have a black iron skillet here, and we've got some butter and oil in there. We want to get that very hot. Let's toss our mushrooms. And while that butter and oil, or rather when it is very hot, we want to put our noodles in the skillet with the butter and a little bit of oil. Spread them around evenly and let them fry a little bit on the bottom. Now, just to make sure, let's take this plate that I have, push down on it, and in fact, let that sit there a minute. We're trying to brown those or make a crust. And you can see here with the mushrooms now, they've given off a fair amount of liquid. So let's take our mushroom, our pork now, bring it over. And, oops, that's the noodles. We don't want noodles in this dish. Let's take our mushrooms and spread them over and around the pork chops. Turning that heat up on high, we want to evaporate as much of this liquid as we can so we can concentrate flavor. All right, taking the mushrooms, covering the pork chops and working them down on the sides and around. All right, moving our main dish to the side, we're letting the liquids there reduce. Now, let's go back to our noodles. We've had them on a nice high fire. They should be browned on the bottom. We need to take the whole skillet and bring it over to the oven. And put it in the oven for about 5 minutes. Now, our skillet here has a nice essence of the pork chops and the mushrooms, and it's very concentrated. But we need to deglaze that pan, and deglazing consists of putting a liquid in there, a flavored liquid. We're going to put two. We're going to put white wine, some vermouth, and the juice of 1 lemon. And that juice is going to combine with all those nice particles in the pan, all those flavor bits, and give us the beginnings of a sauce. Good. We deglaze. Now we take that liquid and scrape the bottom so that we get all the bits of flavor. And one more ingredient, and then a seasoning, and we'll let this reduce a little more. We have a half cup of heavy cream. We add that to our vermouth and essence, and let that come up to a boil, and we'll have a little bit of sauce to go onto our pork chops. We add a little bit of nutmeg, a little bit of freshly grated nutmeg. It's so much better to give it a nice characteristic flavor. We're going to let that sauce. Now, let's go back to our soup. Toward the end of our cooking, we're going to add about a half cup of celery leaves and a little bit of parsley, about 1/3 of a cup of chopped parsley. We can add our parsley to our soup while our sauce is reducing. This needs about 4 or 5 minutes to cook, and it'll be ready. A very, very delightful, flavorful onion soup, cream of onion soup. Now, our sauce has reduced about half the volume with the boiling, and is thickened nicely. So now let's take that over to our dish and distribute this nice sauce over the chops, the mushrooms, And all right, that's ready. The only other ingredient we need now is a little bit of grated Swiss cheese. We sprinkle over the top. We'll put that into a very hot oven, a 500-degree oven, to melt the cheese, and hopefully it'll brown a little bit. You could put it under the broiler and let that broiler brown the cheese. But usually just putting it into a very hot oven will take care of it. So let's put it into, let's take this off the heat. The residual heat there is burning the pot. Let's put this now into our very hot oven. Clean up a little bit. And we'll go back to the oven now and take out our noodles. Afraid I'm going to need two. Putting that onto our board. Close our oven so our pork chops will gratiner, or the cheese will melt. And we take now taking our noodles, looking for a knife that I must have put back here. Yes, I did. Just to be sure that's not stuck on the side, we run this around. Now this is going to be a little tricky because this is very hot. We could let it wait a while, putting, though, our serving platter over the dish. We want to reverse this. Hopefully it will not stick. It's a little bit hot, so I'm having a little difficulty getting my towel underneath. Here we are. Now, whoop, not quite. There we are. So, taking our noodles off, we have now our nice fried noodles, which formed a nice cake. They're delicious. They need nothing else but to be placed on the table. So we have one of our dishes, our nice fried noodles. We can come back now and serve our soup. Turn all the fires off. We no longer need them. Let's go to our onion soup. Seems like we put all our spoons away. But let's take our onion soup and put it into a nice bowl. Nice and thick cream of onion soup. Let's place that. No, let's take a little bit of our parsley. And provide a little bit of a garnish onto our soup. Some chives would make a good garnish. Another member of the onion family for the onion soup. It would be a good combination. All right, let's take our soup, place it on our table, and on the way back, let's stop and take our pork chops, or our pork gratiné, from the oven. Let's put those on the center. Closing our oven and turning it off. We have our gratinéed pork chops, the lovely mushrooms, And the sauce that's created with the drippings, a little cream. We need a little bit of a garnish for this dish, so we'll use the nice onion slices that we started the show with. We might have to spread these out. This is a little larger the dish than we started with. So we'll just spread those a little bit so that they make a nice color contrast. Here again, a little bit of parsley. We'll add a color. So, now, we have our pork chops gratiné. We'll take that to the table, put it down. In fact, though, let's change these so that you can see it better. The soup is too tall. That's a little better now. It looks better. All right. Let's review quickly. We have our onion soup, our cream of onion soup, our pork chops gratinéed with mushrooms, and we did a little noodle dish and salvaged some leftover noodles. Great accompaniment to the pork chops. Some French bread and a little rosé wine tonight to add to the lovely flavor of the pork chops and the mushrooms. Delicious. Hope you'll join me. A bientôt.
All of the recipes prepared on this program are included in Earl Peyroux's Gourmet Cooking Cookbooks, Volumes 1 and 2. To purchase Chef Peyroux's cookbook, please send $13.95 for a single volume or $26.50 for both volumes. To Gourmet Cooking, P.O. Box 1026, Pensacola, Florida, zip code 32595.
The preceding program was made possible by grants from Pensacola Junior College, the Florida Department of Education, and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
Stay tuned now for our weekly fishing series, Rod and Reel.
Marty Stauffer invites us to meet the regal members of the deer family, the Antlered Kingdom, next on Wild America. Learn how these elegantly crowned, exquisitely adapted creatures are thriving in America's wild areas.
KPBS brings you Wild America tomorrow evening at 8 and Saturday at 1. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., the Frontline documentary series follows the struggle of Columbia University professor Penn Kimball as he tries to clear his name after learning of a 30-year-old government file that declares him a dangerous radical. That's Frontline tomorrow at 2 o'clock. You're tuned to KPBS Television, San Diego.
Well, hello again. Welcome to another edition of Rod and Reel. We're in the center of the Golden Crescent, the eastern basin of Lake Ontario. Springtime, lake trout and brown trout frequent the waters along the shorelines of the outer islands. We've come to the outer islands today to see if we can catch some Lakers or some Browns. For a couple of fellows that have played exchange student. Rick Monaco from Watertown, New York, who's just gotten back a few months ago.
Spent about $3.80 a barrel in the ground. And there's just no way in a few years that that's not going to be a good investment, I feel.
Especially if you believe in the economics of real estate and that they're not making it anymore. it almost goes without saying that you have to subscribe to the energy theory, which means at some point there isn't going to be any of this around. So you don't have to be real smart to figure out that really with every factor that you can look at in the energy area, really point to higher prices at some point.
You know, another area I like is cable television. I believe it was Newsweek magazine that I read this comment that cable television could make as much impact